Cultural vanguard of West Java, Indonesia, nourishing the intellectual life of the nation, working for the benefit of the global world. This is Universitas Padjadjaran. Inspired by the vision of the Asia-Africa Conference, attended by representatives of 24 countries, the establishment of the university was the realization of the vision of the cultural figures of West Java to found an institution of higher learning in the cosmopolitan city, to educate and set forth to society dedicated and qualified individuals. Today, UNPAD has broadened its wings to encompass various disciplines and multidisciplinary academic endeavors through the efforts of 16 faculties and 1 postgraduate school. To achieve its mission to build the capacity to adapt and innovate in the face of the rapid development of science and technology at the international level, UNPAD is determined to become the center of research and innovation for the good of the nation and the world by continuously nourishing research and developing technology to create innovations in various disciplines. Currently, 36,000 students are registered at UNPAD, and more than 200 international students are registered in different programs, degree and non-degree. As an effort to constantly improve the quality of education, Universitas Padjadjaran is supported by approximately 2,100 professional faculty members with reputable qualification. To achieve the goals of its mission, UNPAD has also established notable research centers which demonstrate serious commitment to and focus on achievements in a number of strategic fields such as the Center for Sustainable Development Goal Studies, the Center for Environmental and Sustainability Sciences, the Academic Health System, the Center for the Digitalization and Development of Sundanese Culture, the Center for Innovation and Pharmaceutical Services, the Center for Nanotechnology and Graphene Research, to name a few. Equipped with a central science laboratory network and a science and technology complex in the Center for the Development of Science and Technology on the main campus, Universitas Padjadjaran has risen in its role as a leader in higher learning geared towards innovation. UNPAD also fosters collaboration with other institutions involving all stakeholders.
Universitas Padjadjaran commits in providing benefit and service for the good of humanity and the preservation of the environment. This is a great enterprise which cannot be done alone. UNPAD believes that in the spirit of collaboration, this vision may be achieved. We invite you who have the same vision, a good intention to care for human life and the environment all over the world, to work with us, build collaborations, create a better world together.
Universitas Padjadjaran grew out of the community and has made it its duty to give back not only in the form of the dissemination of knowledge and information, but also through socially responsible activities such as student fieldwork, community outreach programs, and action research seeking to make direct impact on the community. With its feet firmly grounded in the local communities and environment, UNPAD is also making great efforts to take steps towards internationalization. It offers special programs for international students to maintain its global network and make its strategic and reputable place on the world map of higher education.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, Participants, ladies and gentlemen,
Before the event begins, we would like to inform you the conference etiquettes. 1. Participants must keep their mics muted during the event. Participants can turn on their cameras during the event.
3. Customize the display name in Zoom with the format speaker S_name, moderator Mo_name, steering committee SC_name, organizing committee OC_name.
I would like to repeat the conference etiquettes. 1. Participants must keep their mics muted during the event. 2. Participants can turn on their cameras during the event.
3. Customize the display name in Zoom with the format speaker S_name, moderator Mo_name, steering committee SC_name, organizing committee OC_name.
We do hope all of our guests participants will follow today's conference etiquettes for the sake of today's event to run smoothly.
To all speakers, moderators, sponsors, committee, and distinguished participants, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Live from Bandung, Jatinangor, Indonesia, here we are welcoming you to the second Virtual Mobility Program 2022. My name is Nedelini Temawarae.
And I am Nova Ramadan.
Will be the master of ceremony at this event.
Before we start today's event, let's bow our heads for a moment to pray according to our personal religion and beliefs and wish for the event to go well and as planned.
Prayer start now. Over.
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow us to first explain the main topic for today's event. The second Virtual Mobility Program is a joint online program organized by Faculty of Agro-Industrial Technology Padjadjaran University, National Research and Innovation Agency, Research Collaboration Center for Biomass and Biorefinery, and Secure Access for Everyone Network. This mobility programs adopts the big theme, utilization of biomass towards sustainable food, energy, and biomaterials.
We invited researchers and academics from outside and within the country who are competent in their fields as invited speakers. Researchers, academics, and students from inside and outside the country are welcome to attend as presenters and audience members. The second Virtual Mobility Program 2022 is in collaboration with Faculty of Agro-Industrial Technology Padjadjaran University,
Research Center Biomaterial or BRIN,
Research Collaboration Center Biomass and Biorefinery,
and Safe Network Asia Pacific. So, before today's main event start, I want to review the past 2 days event. So, in our first day, we had some interesting topics about biomass utilization in food and energy production, considering the ethics for agricultural and biomass engineers. Also, we learned about green technology in biomass and biorefinery. Also, we had things about biomass and transforming biorefinery of sugarcane trash. And for the second day, we had some topics about functional food and its innovative product development process. Also, we got an interesting session about food structure and its kinetics of food digestion and bioavailability of nutrients. Next, we learned about the different strategies to study model food digestion, also some topics about protein digestion.
Wow, it's been such an interesting journey, and we're really excited to look further for the next agenda. And we hope that all participants will feel through the excitement.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we have to come our main agenda, the workshop session.
This session will talk about biomass utilization with pretreatment for biorefinery. And this session will be led by a moderator. Our moderator for this session is Nova Ramadana, Ph.D.
Allow me to read her short bio. Ms. Nova Ramadana is expertise in biodiesel and bioprocess engineering. Her formal education that she was in doctoral degree at Kobe University, majoring in chemical science and engineering. Also, she has a bachelor degree at Polytechnic Negeri Sriwijaya, majoring chemical engineering. With a recent history of research activities from 2021 and to 2023, she is funded by NEDO with the research titled Biodiesel Production. From 2022 to now, she is funded by BRIN with the research titled Biomass and Biorefinery. The recent publication of Ms. Nova in 2022 with the title Integrated Bioconversion Process for Biodiesel Production Utilizing Mass from the Palm Oil Industry, and an integrated biorefinery strategy for utilization of palm oil waste. And there are other research publications from other years.
To Ms. Nova, you may proceed.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second virtual mobility program with the theme Utilizations of Biomass towards Sustainable and Food, Energy, and Biomaterials. I'm honored to serve you as a moderator for these sessions. My name is Nova Rahmadona. So we are here to have a great course from the expert regarding biomass utilizations in the sessions. We will get a lecture about biomass utilizations with pretreatment for biorefinery. I know that this is a topic that many people have strong feelings about, and I encourage you to share your thoughts and opinions with us. Please write your question in chat box, and also you can raise your hand after this lecture. Without further ado, let's begin. In these sessions, we are going to have Professor Chiaki Ogino as our speaker. So good morning, Ogino Sensei.
Just wait a moment, please. Okay. Good morning, Nova.
Okay, so
Can you hear my voice clearly?
yeah, I can hear your voice. No. Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you, your son is, can you increase the volume? I can't hear your voice, Sensei.
Yes, it's clearly I can catch your voice. Can you hear my voice?
Wait, please wait for a moment, Sensei.
I can catch your voice.
You can hear my voice?
Yes.
Okay. So how are you, Sensei?
I'm fine. Unfortunately, in Japan, too much cold.
Oh yeah. Okay, nice to see you again, Sensei. So
yeah.
I will introduce Professor Ogino first. So again, Professor Ogino is a professor in the Department of Chemical Science and Engineering in Kobe University, and now he graduated from the Department of Chemical Engineering in Kobe University, and also for his master and also doctoral degree. And he got many research and professional experience, and then also he has many publications in the field of biomass utilizations. And the research interest of Professor Ogino, he focused on the use feeding for the biorefinery and also the ethanol fermentations for the cellulosic material. And now I will give the opportunity to Professor Ogino. So Professor Ogino, you may proceed your lecture. Time and screen are yours.
Okay, just wait. Oh, sorry. Just wait. ちょっと待ってください。あれ？ちょっと待ってください。Just wait.
It's okay, Sensei. Just take your time.
いい？ちょっと待ってくださいね。あれ？
Yeah, it's okay, Sensei.
Just wait. I have a problem. Sorry. どうなってんだ? Which screen can you see now? About Kobe and our university, is it right?
Yes.
Okay, just それでしょう。これでしょう。どうやれば。
Nanti dipesenin ibunya Anin.
Okay.
Udah datang. Oh ya, ya itu kacang panjang.
So which screen can you see now?
It's the PowerPoint still. The PowerPoint.
PowerPoint, full screen or the,
Not a full, not a full screen.
oh, really?
Yes.
どうなってんだちょっと待ってください。
はい。
これが出てるから、ちょっと待ってくださいね。
It's still the PowerPoint, not the full screen.
Yeah, full screen now? No.
Not yet, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. これを、どうなってんだろう。
Maybe.
ちょっと待ってくださいね。これどうなってんだろう。OK。ちょっと待ってください。ここで、
Eh,
あ
But yeah, it's okay, Sensei, if you
OK。
slideshow.
Yes, slideshow. But, ちょっと待ってください。Just wait.
Do you think it's better, Sensei? Okay, so please slideshow.
Yes, is it
Yes.
okay?
Sure. It's okay.
Okay. Sorry to take your time.
No, it's
Okay,
okay.
so,
No problem.
Everybody, good morning. Can you hear my voice clearly? Is
Yes.
okay?
Yes.
So my name is Chiaki Ogino, from Kobe University in Japan. Sorry, I didn't remember the lecture title today, so that I just propose you here is biomass utilization with pretreatment for the biorefineries. Maybe a little bit of change, but it's almost the same. And at first, thank you for inviting me. It is my great pleasure to make a presentation for the student in UNPAD. And I missed to the Indonesia because before the corona pandemic, I went to the Indonesia maybe several times every year. So soon later I will want to join to the Indonesian side. Okay, so I will move to my presentation today. Lecture today is okay. Sorry, before that, I just briefly introduce Kobe. So Kobe is located on the center of the Japan. The Tokyo area is here, and Osaka is near the Kobe. Maybe you know. So these the Bay areas, Osaka, Kobe, and the north part is the Kyoto. So this Bay Area, there are many kind of the good activities, such like Japanese sake fermentations, Kobe beef, and in the summer there are many fire. And my university is the buildings, this one, so and located on the mountainside of the Kobe cities. Okay, so at first I just express my thanks to my student in our laboratories. So there are many overseas students from the Indonesia and also including Japanese student here. So there are how many number? They're from the Indonesia, 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6. And also the additional 2 students from the Indonesia again. So in total 8 students from Indonesia and from the Egypt, from the El Salvador, from the Malaysia. So there are many overseas students in our laboratories. Okay, so this is recent pictures. Okay. So, Kobe University, our teams, we have a lot of the equipment for the biorefinery research. So the above the picture is such like a large scale equipment for the fermentations and the biomass pretreatment. And the second one is, this is also the large scale fermentations. And this one is such like HPLC to analyze the metabolite inside of cell. And the lower also, this one is the equipment for the metabolite analysis. And this is small type of the gel fermenters. Our activity recently, the collaboration, we have the collaboration with more than 20 Japanese companies. And also regarding the international collaborations in the Indonesia, from the 2011, we already launched the collaboration with LIPI. This is the former name, right? Current name is Blin. So by collaboration with the LIPI and UE and Bogo Agricultural Universities, at that time that we focus on the utilization of the Indonesian biomass for the biorefineries. Okay, so this is background slide of our research. Maybe all of you know the oil refinery. You can see here by using the crude oil. At first we try to select the several type of the component, such as gas, the component, gasoline, kerosene, and diesel, something like that, and they use for the like such a chemical industries respectively. But this is this one is such like a bottleneck because they generate a lot of the carbon dioxide. So recently, we would like to propose that to use the such like plant for the conversion to the chemicals. So later I will explain more detail that the lignocellulose biomass consists from the 3 fractions, such like this one, and each fraction would be used as a like feedstock for the chemical industries. So if we establish the biomass refinery research or industry in the futures, in that case, we can also establish such like carbon dioxide circulation system, such like as you can see here. So as a feedstock of this biomass, there are many types of the candidates, such like a sorghum, lysol, eucalypt, papyrus, something like that. But this is not the focus on Indonesia. Indonesia, there are many abundant biomass, other type of biomass. Okay, so this is like a systematic illustration of the biorefinery process. So as I mentioned before the slide, like a woody biomass or a glass biomass, this one is as a feedstock we use, and by the bioprocess we could be convert to the several type of the basic target chemicals, such like including alcohol, diol, organic acid, diamine, many etc. So after that, by collaboration with the chemical industry companies, we can convert to the chemicals, fuel, bioplastics, biofibers, and the biofine chemicals. Today, I would like to focus on the first one and the second ones. And if we establish the like a platform and the strategies, at the time there are many type of the impact into the social. So such like a creation large market and oil-free renewable resources use and carbon dioxide reductions. And this is also the the reduction of the GHGs and the enhancement of the agricultural activities. So in that sense, this biorefinery research would be contribute to like agriculture industry in Indonesia also. Okay, so this so this is the potential of the biomass in Indonesia. So previously we checked and surveyed the several type of candidate in Indonesia. there are many types of the biomass, rubber, logging, and such like this is straw, and this is wood, sugar, the rice, the coconuts, the palm oil industries. So there are many wood, rice, straw, the other agricultural crops. Yeah. So, and by consideration of the logistics of these biomass, at the time we just focus on the two type of the agricultural waste fraction from the Indonesian biomass. At the time we select the sugar residues, just focus on the bagasse, and the EFB from the palm oil industries, because these two type of the biomass, there are well-established logistics system from the field to the mill factories, and also the how can I say, so, and so sorry, the like mass is the biomass is not too much bigger. So we at the time we focus on these two of the biomass, and they try to produce ethanol. After that, I will explain about the detail of the utilization of the bagasse and the EFP for the biorefineries. Okay, so in Kobe University, 10 years ago, we not established such like proposed research engine. This research engine consists from the 6 type of the technologies. So the first one is the biomass resources. So how to cultivate or how to breed a new type of the biomass. Not the biomass, this is like such like a plant. And the second one is the pretreatment. This is after the collection of the biomass from the field, we must apply such like a pretreatment by the chemical strategy or physical strategies, because the all biomass consists from the rigid structure of the cellulose due to the like a strong interaction of the hydrogen between the cellulose. So without the pretreatment, we could not use for the biorefinery. So we must apply this second process. After that, by also sorry, as a priority, we also try to establish or the design of the cell factories by using of the microbes and the gene modified strategies. This one is very important to breed a new type of the cell that we call the super cell factories. And the first one is the coupled together with this cell factory and feedstock biomass. We evaluated the fermentation process. After that, we applied the fermented product to the membrane separation to purify the target chemicals. So Kobe University, we have the good activity of the membrane process. So by collaboration with researchers of the membrane, we established the purification processes. And the last one is such like evaluation and the regulatory science of target chemicals. So as 10 years ago, we designed the 6 of the technology, key technology for biorefineries. Okay, so today we just give a lecture you about this pretreatment and such like a bleeding part of the cell and the fermentation, the process of the membrane purifications. Okay, at first we just move to the cellulose. What is the character of cellulose? Okay. As you can see here, there are typical structure of the cellulose, oligocellulose. So there are 3 main components. The cellulose, this is consists from the glucose with the bonding of the beta better linkages. And hemicellulose, this is consists of xylose, and this is the second abundant material in lignocellulose. And the last one is such like a lignin. This is the constituent from the phenol, other aromatic structured component, and this is also the main part, third main component of the lignocellulose. Recently, this cellulose, hemicellulose, is usually used for the biorefinery with the microbes. However, there are many problems are there, but they are ongoing of the utilization process. But the lignin, this one is too much difficult to utilize well. So today I will just propose show you some kind of new technology to separate the lignin from the lignocellulose biomass. Okay. Last, I just briefly explain again you the process from the biomass to the final product. So in that case, as I mentioned before, it could not directly convert from biomass to the sugar or the final product because due to the rigid structure of the biomass. So we at first apply to the pretreatment, such like hydrolysis, and then fermented with microbe and convert to the chemicals. So in that case, at first is this three component would be degraded or deconstruct by this process. After that, these degraded component easily uptake as sugars into the microbe and produce some kind of chemicals. Okay, so I just show you the pretreatment process from now. So in Japanese, several companies already established several types of the pretreatment. This is thermal pretreatment. So the Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, they already established such like this is a hot water pretreatment without any chemicals additions. Just use only the hot waters. This is the rice straw from the Hyogo Prefecture. From Hyogo prefectures. After that, they apply for this hot water pretreatment. The heavy industry easily separated into the two fractions. The solid fraction consists mainly from the C6 sugar. This is meaning of the cellulose. And the water fraction contain the C5 sugars, and this one came from the hemicellulose. But you can see here, both fractions, we can easily see like a brown colors. That means the lignin is located on both fractions. Even the disparate large-scale pretreatment. So after that, if we use each fraction for the micro fermentation, at the time there's some problem because the lignin or the part degraded lignin fraction will be affect for the physical function of the microbes. This is one of the bottleneck of this process. And this is a steam pretreatment. This is established in Kobe universities. So this is such like autoclave. So by applying the lysol into the vessel and close this door and high steam pressures with the high temperatures, in that case, after that there are no separation of into the two fractions. Only the one fraction are there. But we could do, how can I say, deconstruct of the cellulose structures. So it is easy to apply for the enzyme saccharification, but the lignin still remain here. So this is one of the problem. Sorry to show again here. So this is the integrated process. And this is desizing equipment, and this is steam pretreatment. After that, this is the high saccharifications, the reactor, and this is large-scale fermentations. But yeah, there are some problem and the bottleneck are there. Okay, so by collaboration with the paper company in Japan, this is another topics. So this company is, maybe you know, the paper companies. Paper companies, they usually focus on the wood chip as a feedstock for the papers. So the company easily convert from the wood chip to the craft pulp, something like that. After that, by using this craft pulp, we could convert to the ethanol easily by using our established yeast strains at the time. So this is another topic. So I will explain in more detail after that. But anyway, so there are many types of the biomass pretreatment process in Japan. So this is craft pulp with alkaline pretreatment, and before that is steam explosion the way, and also another one is the such like hot waters. So there are many type of the biomass pretreatment in Japan, but also in Indonesia there are many type. Okay, so this is the summarized slide of the biomass pretreatment. So there are many type of the pretreatment, and diluted acid pretreatment is also the very common way in the United States to produce the ethanol from the biomass. In that case, the feedstock is the corn stubble or something like that, and they use a corn stubble and the wheat. Yes. So in laboratories, this is such like a typical way by applying of the diluted acid pretreatment. So as an example, so this is the powered rice straw applied to the autoclave with the 1% sulfuric acid and high temperatures, maybe around 180 or 200 degrees Celsius for the 45 minutes. After that, we can separate. We could separate the two phase and easily observe the water fraction and the solid fraction here. So in that case, the other detail, from the rice straw, the biomass, we separate it into the two fractions as a main component in insoluble solid fraction and the soluble liquid fractions. So main the component of cellulose would be distributed mainly into the insoluble fraction, and a small part of the degraded glucose would be also present in liquid fractions. And lignin, this one is almost lignin would be located in insoluble fractions. And hemicellulose and the starch, this one is almost degraded into the xylose and the glucose with high temperature, and the acid functions, and located on liquid fractions. So in that case, the liquid fraction they consist from the xylose mainly, and the glucose and the degraded chemicals from this one, and the solid fraction is consists from the mainly cellulose and the lignin. But this one, sorry. So I just ask you, which one is more how can I say, valuable material for the downstream processing of the biorefinery? Can you imagine? So the answer is this solid fraction, because the liquid fractions, each component concentration is not so high, so the concentration is too low. So this is a problem for the downstream process. So everybody want to use the soluble insoluble fractions. However, this is one problem. The process has the one bottleneck that cannot separate the lignin and the cellulose and the lignin. So because this lignin usually inhibit enzymatic hydrolysis in the cellulose, so this is the problem. So there are other type of the proposal about the organ-soluble pretreatment. That this can be separate cellulose and lignin, but this one is the required high amount of the organic solvent, and this would be caused to the high cost. So it is some the alternative process to the establish achieve the separations. We surveyed several type of the way, and finally we found that this way. Sorry. So this one is the combination of the organ-soluble fraction. So this one is the we establish the mixture of the acid and alcohol for the separation. So this is such like lysol powders. With the sulfuric acid and some kind of the ethanol alcohol or without alcohol. In that case, after the autoclaving, you can see here, in the case of the without the alcohol, we can see here the two-phase separation. So this is the conventional sulfuric acid pretreatment. In the case of with the ethanol, this is also the same property with the same profile with the without alcohol, but by increasing of the how can I say alkane chain, so from the shorter one to the little bit longer, longer case. In that case, in the case of the butanol and the pentanol, we could observe like a small part of the upper phase. This organic phase above the water phase, because the butanol and the pentanol, these the two kind of organic solvent could not be solved into the water phase. So after the pretreatment, these two type of combination indicate of the phase separation. So the bottom one is the solid fraction as well as another way. And the second one is the water fractions. And the upper phase is the like organic solvent. In that case, after the separations, we could see like a lignin fraction in the alcohol phases, and also please not focus on this one, solid fractions. On this PowerPoint file, we cannot see a distinguish differences, but in a realistic observations, in the case of the butanol and the pentanol case, the solid fraction would be more white compared with the another cases. Okay. So after this is the composition of the solid fractions, and the solid fraction is in the case of butanol and the this is pentanol. So pentanol case, the composition of cellulose a little bit increased, and also the lignin, the component is a little bit decreased compared with the other one. And also the enzymatic saccharification with the lower loading of the biomass as enzyme. In that case, the butanol and the pentanol case is indicate a more higher saccharification yield. So this is such like lignin the analysis. by comparing the control and the butanol and pentanol case, there are little bit of difference in the lignin structures by the two-dimensional NMR analysis. And this is the recovery of the lignin from the black liquor. This is black liquor is the organic solvent. So this is butanol lignin, and this is pentanol lignin. So this is in the case of a pentanol. In a case, this is a more longer chain of the alcohol cases. Recovery is more good. Oh, all right. Okay. And sorry, this is the optimization of the conditions, the butanol concentrations. Oh, and this one is the by increasing of the butanol concentrations, and as a result, the 25% of the butanol is the highest recovery of glucose, and this is the acid concentration of this sulfuric acid. As a result is between 0.5 to the 0.1% of acid is the more higher, indicate the more higher yield of the glucose. Okay, so on this research, we established of the good separation technology of the lignin from the cellulose and the hemicellulose with butanol, pentanol as the organ solvent, and this one is also the indicate of the how can I say good the lignin conformation about something like that. Okay, so now we are ongoing of this project with the government budget now to how can I say establish more larger scale of the biomass pretreatment. Okay, so next one is this is we also propose you the other type of the pretreatment. So as I mentioned, the cellulose for the degradation of the cellulose, we need to apply the several type of the cellulase. So cellulase, there consists from the 4 type of cellulase. So main one is the endoglucanase and cerebrihydrolase one, and the glucosidase. But at first, for the degradation of the cellulose, at first the endoglucanase would be attacked to the long chain of the polymer of the cellulose. Then on the side of the amorphous regions, so after that, the cerebrihydrolase 2 and 1 would be attack the end of this polymer of the cellulose to degrade to release to the how can I say cerebrose. Then the produced the cerebrose will be converted to the glucose with this beta glucosidase. So for the completely degradation of the cellulose into the glucose, we must how can I say apply the 4 kind of the cellulase. So our laboratories, previously we established some kind of the arming enzyme displayed yeast. This is usually called arming yeast because can you see this kind of the Buddha in Japan or China or Thai or Malaysia? Maybe Indonesia, there are no type of this Buddha. So Nova, can you see some kind of the Buddha in Indonesia? No? Can you?
No.
No. Okay.
Yes.
So okay. So this is very typical Buddha in Japan. So the name is the arming Buddha because there are, how can I say, more than this is more than 50 number over of the hand or something like that. So by analogy of the disarming Buddhas, some researchers in United States called this constructed cell's name as arming yeast. Okay, so by these strategies, we construct this one. So by displaying of the several type of the enzyme on the surface of the yeast, in this case is we display the three type of the cellulase and the glucanase, the cerebrhydrase 1 and beta glucosase. So by applying of this cellulose, this is amorphous cellulose, it would be easily convert to the glucose by the combination of three enzymes on the surface, and then this glucose directly uptake to the yeast and convert to the ethanol. So this is already published more than 220 years ago in our laboratories. And in that case, we also observed the good productivity of ethanol. Sorry. So after that, we want to, how can I say, we want to adjust of the ratio of this three cellulase on the surface. So previously we just indicated something like that with the same number of the enzymes. However, for the degradation, more efficient degradations, the ratio of each enzyme is not is depend on the conditions. So our laboratories, we designed this how can I say, the evolutional strategy of to adjust the number of the different ratio of the cellulase. So at first, this is we call the cocktail delta integration strategies. At first construction, we construct the three type of expression plasmid, and then transform to the yeast cell. In that case, we introduce this three gene into the cocktail delta site, into the chromosome of the yeast. Yeast, there are how many? Maybe more than 200 oversight of this cocktail delta site. So by introducing the gene to the chromosome, at that time we could establish several type of the different ratio of the cellulase. So then we cultivate this library by this plate, this phosphate acid swollen cellulose plate. In that case, if we observe the colony on this plate, this is the just meaning of the screening by the Pasc plate. Then we could get more, how can I say, optimize the ratio of cellulase, the yeast strains. So by this one, we try to the three round of the screening, and finally we get a good activities, strains, something like that. So after these strategies, by adjustment of and the screening of the good yeast strains, we could convert from the Pasc cellulose to the ethanol easily. So this is 10 years ago our result. So after that, there are many types of the pre-treatment strategies. So this is another topics about ionic liquid utilization for the cellulose deconstructions. So this one, as I mentioned, there are many reconstruction of the cellulose due to the hydrogen formations, but by combination with the ionic liquid and the cellulose, this ionic liquid easily penetrate into these liquid structures and destroying these structures. So on this is 202, the one Dr. Rogers from the United States, they reported of the dissolution of the cellulose with ionic liquid. After that, there are many reports about cellulose deconstruction by the ionic liquid. So our collaborator in Kyushu University, Professor Kamiya, this is the 2008, they reported about one of the good candidate ionic liquid, the EMIM-DEP, is the good liquid media for the deconstruction of the cellulose. So maybe you didn't know the chemical structure of the ionic liquid. So this is the combination of the cationic and the anionic part. So this is EMIM-DEP. This is EMIM, same structure, and anionic is the different one, and the ionic is only the chrome. So this one has the potential to dissolve the cellulose. So by combination of the this kind of the ionic liquid and the cellulose and the cellulase, they indicated the EMIM-DEP is the strongest solvent for this dissolving of the cellulose. So after that, we just joined this collaboration with the Toyota Motor Corporation with the Kyushu Universities with these strategies. So as I mentioned before, that we already established amino yeast strains with the different type of the cellulase on the surface. So at first, the applying of the ionic liquid to the crystalline cellulose, and we easily get this kind of the deconstruct of the cellulose. Then apply mixed together with the amino yeast, it easily convert to degrade to the glucose on the surface of this yeast strain, and then the glucose will be uptake to the by itself and convert to the ethanol. So I will show you the more detail of this one. So this abyssal, this is how can I say, more purified crystalline cellulose, and it would be usually used as like carrier for the medicine or the pharmaceutical in the pharmaceutical field. And then maybe you can easily imagine by mixing together with the waters, in that case, abyssal could be not dissolved. So and easily observed like how can I say, the pellet in the bottom of the test tube. But by mix together with the ionic liquid case and heating on the temperatures, in that case, the abyssal completely dissolve. And then the mix together with such like waters, acetate buffers. Then in that case, you can see here something kind of the small part of the precipitant, and then they form some kind of the white color of the precipitant. And so after that, if we mix together with yeast, there's some, you can see, you can imagine of the ethanol production maybe. So this is the how can I say, taking a sample from the hairs. So this is such like a pre-treated abyssal with ionic liquid. So we designed this kind of research strategies. So mixed together with the ionic liquid swollen cellulose from the abyssal and the amino yeast. And the second one is as a negative control, the abyssal with the amino yeast. And the third one, also the negative control, the ionic liquid swollen cellulose and the conventional yeast. This is without any cellulase case. And then in that case, you can see here, the red one is the proposes the combination. In that case, we can see a good degradation of the cellulose. Oh, sorry. We also the evaluate the other type of the ionic liquid case, and in that case we could achieve the one of the good ethanol conversion from the abyssal. This in that case from the bagasse. Yeah. So okay, next one is the So the next one is also the pretreatment. Sorry, there are many type of one. So this is my picture. In Indonesia before. So the sugarcane, sugarcane is usually used as a sugar juice, and in that case there are some the byproduct as a bagasse as a byproduct. So for this bagasse, we also applied of the ionic liquid and the optimize with the same strategy as I mentioned before. But in that case, not only the easy CBH and CBH1, in that case, we also considered about the kishanase as one of the candidate for the degradations. There are many strategies, but I skipped some part. And fortunately, in this case, we also screened the good candidate for the ionic liquid swollen bagasse. And this one, number 42 and the number 59. In that case, we could convert one of the bagasse without any addition of the cellulase with the yeast strains. Sorry, and so as I mentioned before, there are also the kraft pulp as a feedstock, as a good feedstock. So you can see here that this is the several type of the kraft pulp, but this one is the more, how can I say, unpurified one. In that, this one usually used for some kind of paperwork or something like that. So this one we also try to degrade it well by the same strategy in before. In that case, yes, same strategies, and in that case also we found a good candidate yeast strains compared with the wild type strains. The selected number 77 has a higher the ethanol conversion yield. Okay. So anyway, by the arming surface display strategies, we established a good screening method depending on the biomass as a feedstock. Yeah, so something like that. So this is the summarizing slide. So both case, the kraft pulp case, the bagasse case, we found a good yeast strains. Okay. So next one, next one is such like a synthetic biology we just propose you. So so now before that, I just show you like a cell surface engineering. So this is a cell, and by modification of the surface with the gene modification strategies, we can easily convert to the cellulose to the glucose, and also the degraded glucose would be used as a feedstock for the fermentations. But now in our university and our laboratories, we also focus on the inside of this cell. This research strategy we call the synthetic bioengineering, with the such a computer simulation and the multi-omics analysis. Okay, so this is skip. This is the one of the strategies. As I mentioned already, this is the surface distribution of the yeast to degrade more efficiently. And now we also design of the inside of a cell to make a new pathway or the deletion of the pathway for the target chemical production. And now our laboratory, we also focus on several types of the host strains. Mainly use the Saccharomyces cerevisiae, but depending on the target chemicals, we can select the microbes. In the case of the amino acid production, we usually use the Corynebacterium, and for the protein production case, the Aspergillus oryzae and the Streptomyces strain that we use. And other case, the lactic acid production case, we use lactobacillus as a host strains. In the case of the common use, we usually use the E. coli as a host strains. So from now, I just explain you the one of the example to produce the monomer production by the Streptomyces rhabidans. So Streptomyces also the well known as amino acid producers. So this is in one of the amino acid phenylalanine. From the phenylalanine, by involving the one enzyme, this is the phenylalanine ammonia release. So this is the release of the ammonia from the phenylalanine with this enzyme, and resulting we can get this the cinnamic acid. This cinnamic acid is the very famous chemicals as a building block for the industries. So from the cinnamic acid, there are many types. The chemical industry can be converted from this cinnamic acid to the other type of chemicals. So the production of the cinnamic acid from the biomass or the glucose or amino acid is very important. So our laboratory previously tried to overexpress this PAL, the PA ammonia, phenylalanine ammonia liase by the Streptomyces rhabidans. In that case, we select the enzyme from the Streptomyces strains, the one of strains marine bacteria, and overexpressed by the Streptomyces strains, something like that. And fortunately in that case, this one is the changing of the nutrients in the fermentations. We could observe the higher production of the cinnamic acid from the culture medium. And after that, by expression together with the beta glucosidase or the xylokinase, and we try to produce this cinnamic acid from the xylose or other type of the biomass case. As you can see, there are many type of example and too much basis, right? But anyway, so from the cellobiose or something other one, we could observe the higher production of the cinnamic acid. So that means our construct strain can be produced the cinnamic acid from various C6 sugar carbon. And this is also the xylose case. Also, it's a good result. And another one, by using the Corynebacterium, we produce the 4 carbon building blocks. So this is previous of publications. So this is the GABA. This is the monomer for the polyamide. So the monomer gamma aminobutyric acid, abbreviated GABA, is one of the good monomer product chemicals for the polymer productions. So in this research, we focus on the GABA production by using the Corynebacterium. And this is the same strategies from the glutamic acid with the glutamate decarboxylase. So this one is the release of this part with the GAT. in that case, after that, we can easily get this GABA as a monomer for the polymer productions. So in this research, we just apply introducing this glutamate or the carboxylase into the Corynebacterium glutamicum. In that case, yes, from the glucose, that we can easily convert to the GABA, and this one is very good result. Sorry, this is something mistaken of this, right? Yeah. So then now by applying the several type of metabolic engineering into the Corynebacterium, we also produce the several type of the chemicals from the craft pulp or sorghum juice or something like that. This is one of the example of the production of chemicals from the realistic biomass. So this is another type of the phenolic compound. Sorry. Yeah, it's okay. So anyway, so the synthetic biology or synthetic bioengineering. So this strategy will be promising for us to breed a new type of the strain for the chemical productions. So like microarray analysis, protein expression analysis, or the metabolic profiling, they combine together all the information as a digital platform. Oh, sorry. So there's something like that. We could design the good strategy, good metabolic practice. So as an example, with another researchers in our team, our Kobe University, this is by using bacillus, it's easy to produce the 2,3-butanediol from the glucose or the cadaverine from the starch. And the two chemicals will be applied for such a bio-nylon or the bio-based synthetic rubber or something like that. And this is another one. Sorry. So this is by using the Corynebacterium, and that we can easily produce an aromatic compound, and also they would be apply for the build engineering plastics to collaborate with companies. Okay, so the another one is the final part is the membrane separation. So as I mentioned at first, from the lystrols, the lystrol convert to such like water fraction and the solid fractions with the acid hydrolysis. So this water fraction is too much, as I mentioned, there's too much lower concentration of the sugar or something like that. So by applying of the membrane separation strategies, we could concentrate of this sugar, the equipment, and then after that, oh sorry, only one slide. After that, by using the concentrated water fractions, we could also convert to the ethanol. So now in Kobe University, we realized the membrane purification or membrane separation, membrane concentration, the techniques in the biorefinery is very important. So this is maybe final slide of our lectures. So as I'm just go back to the first slide. So from the biomass and to the several type of basic target or something is very important. So by collaboration with the companies in the field of chemical, fuel, bioplastic, biofiber, and the biofine chemicals is very how can I say important in the future the society without any oil utilizations. So previously we performed one international collaboration with Indonesian friend, so named Satreps. So it's already finished on 2018, but we want to join again with all of my friends in Indonesia. So after the launching of the new project, we want to establish something kind of the biomass supplying the system, collaborate with Japan and Indonesia. So Indonesia, there are many abundant biomass, but unfortunately in Japan we didn't have the much of the biomass. So at first in Indonesian side, by collaboration Japan and Indonesia, we want to convert this waste fraction into the chemicals, and these chemicals would be how can I say, shipped to Japan and or the use in here in chemical industry. So the collaboration between Japan and Indonesia is very important for the future and the sustainable society in the worldwide. Okay, so this is the last slide of the lectures. So from now, I just change the mic topics. ちょっと待ってね. Just wait. The Nova.
Yes, Sensei.
How many students are there?
Maybe around 60.
60?
Yeah, it's around 60, 65.
Okay. So I just ask some student about several questions. Is okay?
It's okay.
Okay. So at first I just share my slide. ちょっと待ってね.
Sure.
Okay. Can you see my slide without my slide about gadget?
Yes.
Okay. So all students, please see this my slide. So in Japan, previously more than 30 years ago or 40 years ago, there are many type of many type of the gadget. So in my case, when I was elementary school, my parents provide me several type of gadgets. Something that this is the such like a home computers. This is more, how can I say, the cheapest one other time. Not the cheapest. Other time is the not so good one, but other time we enjoyed the gadget. But by through the time, so the small gadget will be changed. The small one to the something like that, and something like that. And when I was a university student, the Windows are there, and now we can easily communicate each other by the tablet, iPad, or something like that. Okay, so this is the how can I say, development of the computer gadget. Okay, so next one. Sorry, this is one of the example of the development and the innovation of the computers. So this is just the idea, my idea. But so first questions. So we need to make a good grant proposal for the research. Maybe in Japan, also the Indonesia, we also need it. So similar with this computer development. So everybody, maybe nobody know the development of the computer before, but similar with this one. So I just ask you, how do you make innovation research ideas in the field of the biorefinery or the biotechnologies? Nova, how do you think about the idea for the grant proposal? because you are my previous student.
So yeah, I think we need to make some good innovations if we want to get a good grant proposal. So we need
Yeah. But everybody usually used innovations. But what is innovation?
To do something different.
Yeah, innovation. Yeah, in the case of the computer innovation. So who innovated this one? Who is the, how can I say, made this the sense? Yeah. So Steve Jobs or something, or Bill Gates, made this sense. But in the case of the biotechnology research field, maybe all of you here is in the field of the biotechnology or chemical engineering or something like that. How do you make an innovation idea? Yeah, sorry. So this is my just propose you the one of the ideas.
Yes.
So in Indonesia, is it more popular?
Oh, very popular, very famous here.
Okay, so this is the Japanese like the manga. So everybody know the story of the Doraemon?
Sure, everybody.
Oh,
knows.
really? Oh, that's great. So I will explain you the one of story in Doraemon. So this is the I very love the puppy. I love puppy, similar with the Nobita. So the Nobita went to the park with the Doraemon for the enjoying of the kite. At that time, he found the puppy on there, and then the Nobita want to take this puppy into the house, but maybe all of you know the Nobita's mom did not agree to the accepted this puppy in the house because there are no space in a house. So Nobita asked the Doraemon to provide one of the gadget. So this gadget is such like how can I say in English? This house, the wall house or something. It easily enter. There are many spaces, and then the Nobita take also cat also something like that. Anyway, even there's much of space, but Nobita's mom, after that, did not agree to accept the puppy and the cat.
Yes.
Why? Mom do not agree keep a dog. The reason is to take a lot of the dog food. Okay?
Yes.
So how to solve this problem? So this is story by the Doraemon. So the hint is the sunlight and the fermentations. So at the time, the Doraemon provide this equipment. This one is the microalgae fermentation machine with the solar panel, and also after the fermentations, this equipment also convert to the hamburger from the microalgae. So on the base of by how can I say by based on the science in recent technologies, something like that, solar panel and fermentation of the chlorella. After that, by using the how can I say protein and from this chlorella, they convert to something this hamburger. So on this equipment machine had three how can I say strategy. One is the efficient fermentation with the small reactor with the solar panel, and efficient extraction of the protein from the microalgae and convert to the hamburgers. And last one is the sustainable, without without any feedstock, without any electricity or something like that. Okay. So I guess just go back to the first slide. How do you make innovative idea for the research? My suggestion to all of you, please read Doraemon. So there are many idea, something like that. So I usually said something like that, and this is another type of the. So now this is 5 years ago's story, but the inspiration by this Doraemon, some of the Japanese company, Fujisa's, they developed this kind of the self-Japanese cheese machine or something like that, based on these strategies. So anyway, so for all of the student, this is take-home messages. So the gadget in Doraemon manga seem to be a good ideas for doing the research for the future innovations. Okay. So this is the last picture in my presentation. So in the laboratories, I do not stop to the all of student to read manga. Thank you for everybody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ogino Sensei, for the lecture today. Maybe for now, we will begin our Q&A session. So for all of the participants, if you have a questions, you can raise your hand and ask directly to Ogino, Professor Ogino, or you can type your question in the chat box, please. So maybe we will wait. Okay, so there is someone. Okay, Budi Saksona.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Please, if you have a questions, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your very inspiring presentation, Prof. Ogino.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Actually, I can understand when we use acid pretreatment in ethanol industries.
Yes.
But my question is whether the acid pretreatment also can be used in food industries.
Oh, really?
Thank you.
That means your question is is there some possibility to apply the acid pretreatment for the food industries?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess it's too much difficult because no, I'm not sure what kind of the food technologies, but the acid, if we use the acid, so maybe based on this slide, after that, we also applied the neutralization by the alkaline after that. So the acid pretreatment and the alkaline naturalizations is this is the pack. So if in the case of the food industry, it's too much hard, I guess. Sorry.
I see. So in food industry, the acid pretreatment better to be avoided.
I guess. Yeah, just only the hot water is more better.
Hot water, yes. Okay. I see. And then after we treat with hot water, we can continue with enzymatic pretreatment. Is it?
Yeah. Sorry. So if you want to use the biomass for the downstream in the field of the food, in that case, acid pretreatment is not acceptable. But only for the ethanol fermentations, in that case, acid pretreatment is acceptable, I guess. So it depends on the last product.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Ogino.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you very much, Mr. Budi. So we also have a question in the chat box from Lely from UIC. So she said that my father works in a biomass company. They use sawdust as raw materials. There was a moment where the client asked for his biomass using sugarcane. When we tried to use sugarcane in the process of making, this biomass, it's turned out that the sugar contained in the sugarcane melted and hindered the machine. What should we do about this? Is there a special way to reduce the sugar content so it doesn't damage the engine machine? Sensei?
Sorry, just wait.
Yeah, sure.
Is there a special way to reduce the sugar contents in the solid fractions or the どこを言ってんだろうな。どこのことかね。Sorry,
So it said that in the process of the making for sugar, maybe.
But yeah, so I cannot understand the more detail, but the sugarcane factories, maybe some broken of the machine with the sugar or the lignocellulose, which maybe sugar.
Some composition in the sugar can damage.
Yeah, so if so, I guess the damage would be caused by the silica from the lignocellulose. Because maybe the registration of the like a hash or the sugar cane is depend on the silica component. So not came from the composition of the cellulose and the hemicellulose. So my suggestion is not suggestion. I guess if in that case the reducing of the silica component or reducing the lignin component from the sugar cane, but if we can reduce the lignin component in sugar cane, in that case, sugar can easily come down. So it's also if so the sugar cane cannot grow more higher length. So I guess the reducing the silica or the lignin component by the gene modification strategies, yeah, it would be possible, but it's not acceptable. The production yield would be decrease, I guess.
Okay, Sensei. Maybe this answer your questions, Lely. So I think that's all for today's lecture, Sensei, in this session. So thank you very much for doing these sessions, for giving us a lecture from you. So before I close these sessions, I will little bit summarize your lecture, maybe in a general part. So biomass utilizations involve the use of organic materials such as plant and also agriculture waste as a source of energy and other products. Pretreatment is a necessary step in the process of converting biomass into useful products, as it helps to break down the complex organic structures in the biomass into simpler form that can be easily converted into useful products. One of the key benefits of biomass utilizations is that it can help to support to the transitions to a circular bioeconomic. In a circular bioeconomic, waste from one process is used as a raw material in another, helping to close the loop on resource use and minimize waste. By using biomass as a feedstock for biorefineries, it is possible to create a wide range of products, including biofuels, chemical materials, which can then be used in a variety of applications. So once more time, I would like to thank to Professor Ogino for giving us a lecture. And on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to give you, Professor, an A certificate as a token appreciation from us to you.
Thank you.
Yes, so I will send you the A certificate for you as a token appreciation for you to give us a very good lecture today, Professor.
Thank you. Thank
Maybe
you.
we can
It's
take,
my pleasure also.
yes, of course. So maybe we can take a picture first with,
Okay.
okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. Ogino Sensei. And then finally, we end these sessions, and hopefully all of you found the discussions to be insightful and also informative. And I would like to take a moment to thank to our participants also for engaging with us in these sessions. And thank you very much, everyone. So now I will give it back to the Master of Ceremony, please.
Okay, thank you very much, for giving such an informative and comprehensive presentation.
Before continue with our next topic, we would like to refresh our mind and be ready for the next session with games that we've prepared. But before that, we are going to show some clips, and all the participants can pay attention to the following video so participants will be able to answer the questions in the quiz.
And as the video started, we would like to remind that later will be the quizzes link, and as the video started, you may click on the link and join the game.
The slow zoom. That house is much bigger than it looks. Yes, it's Indonesia. Let's never miss the takeoff. Now, we are landing at Soekarno-Hatta International Airport, which is the primary airport serving the Jakarta metropolitan area on the island of Java in Indonesia. Moving out from the capital of Indonesia, now we'll see another city of so many educational houses, peoples, artworks, and foods. That is, we usually know the province of West Java. Welcome to Bandung, the capital of West Java province, in which makes it the largest metropolitan city in West Java province. Known as Kota Kembang, literally meaning the flower city. Because in ancient times, the city of Bandung was very beautiful with many trees and flowers that grew in the city. There is a sweet expression given by M.A.W. Brouwer, a Dutch culturalist who spent part of his life in Indonesia. That is, Bumi Pasundan was born when God was smiling. This expression proves that the city of Bandung has a million beauties in it. That's why Bandung is also called the city of Faris Panjava. Not only beauty. Bandung is a place for culinary tourism with 41 types of Sundanese food. Oh, what we can see are buildings and roads everywhere. But Bandung has cooler year-round temperatures than most other Indonesian cities. Because the city lies on a river basin surrounded by volcanic mountains and is located at an altitude of 768 meters above sea level. Located at Jalan Diponegoro number 22, Bandung City. This building is known as Gedung Sate, which is a reference to the shape of the building's central pinnacle, which resemble the shape of one of the Indonesian traditional dish called satay. The main motif of the front of the building is a stylized Japanese temple. It was one of the first buildings to combine Indonesian and European style of architecture to create the Indo-Dutch style. The extensive use of dark timber for the roofing is a conscious reference to local architectural styles. Yet the brilliant white of the main structure with both arches make it out as a very much a Dutch building. Gedung Sate is impressive in both its huge scale and also in its attention to small details. The eastern and western parts of Gedung Sate functioned as the Europos headquarters and the regional people's representative assembles building for West Java province. Gedung Sate is an icon of the city of Bandung, which is very popular and has become the pride of West Java because Gedung Sate is a historical asset that has witnessed the journey of the West Java government towards achieving a society that is gemah, ripah, repeh, rapi, kertarahaja. Alun-Alun Bandung, or Bandung City Square, is a 1.2 hectare public park in the center of Bandung City, West Java. Located at the historical Asia Africa Street, deemed as the zero point of Bandung. The most prominent feature of this park is Bandung Grand Mosque with giant twin minarets. Right in front of the mosque, there is a vast square area covered by artificial grass. Like the other city square, this is a place where people come together and can have an authentic local experience. Blend easily among families and group of friends coming to the park square. That is a nice place to just sit and enjoy the weather. Alun-Alun Bandung even has a garden full of flowers in the south of the park. Had undergone several renovations, and the last one was carried out by Ridwan Kamil in 2014, who was the mayor of Bandung at that time. The Bandung City Square area is never deserted by visitors. Even the street of Asia and Africa become very busy with entertainment and culinary places for the Bandung people on the weekends. There is a piece of Europe in Alun-Alun Bandung named Braga, one of the legendary streets, a gate of Bandung's past and present. It's romantic, melancholy, perhaps a bit glum. Vintage-style park benches and street lamps adorn the pedestrian. The street may be small in size, but is overflowing with character and history. Strolling around Braga streets feels like taking a step back in time. Originally, Braga Bandung was called Karenweg, meaning cart trail, since it was used by many two-wheel carts pulled by buffaloes to transport coffee to the postal road. When Bandung transformed into a town with many rich Priangga planters lived nearby, Braga Street became the center of the development. Vehicles come and go, pressing toward today's business, seemingly unfazed by yesterday's history. Great Forest Park Insinyur Haji Juanda, or commonly known as Tahura Juanda, has an area of 526.98 hectares with 112 tree species and has 32 conservation partners. Tahura Juanda is the first forest plan in Indonesia with so many kind of animals we can see. Its integrated conservation area between secondary nature and pine tree forest located in the Cikapundung. We can enjoy walking in the middle of forest with clean air and span of nature. It provides you with cool air and refreshes the human brain and soul. The Tahura area can be used as access to sport or educational facilities. In addition to the many trees and plants that are found on every road, there are historical sites. In Tahura, There are some small waterfall and cave. One of the places that is said to have a mystery is the Dutch Cave. This cave is a mountainous stretch from west to east, which is a natural giant water tank for reserve in the dry seasons. There are two entrances to the Dutch Cave, and they are connected to each other. And there are 15 alleys in the cave. Apart from tourism, in the Dutch cave, there is also a myth. Don't mention lada, a Sundanese word which means spicy, if you don't want to have a bad luck or mystical events in this place. This tahura stretches from Curug Dago Pakar to Curug Maribaya, which is part of the Mount Pulosari forest group. The most beautiful scene you can get is Keraton Cliff. Bandung is home to many zoos. One of the largest and the most popular ones is the famous Lembang Park and Zoo. Take a break from sightseeing around the city, purchase a ticket to enter this wildlife reserve, and spend a relaxing day with your family and friends, exploring it. As you visit the different sections of this massive zoo, you will be able to observe a wide variety of majestic fauna, ranging from binturong, meerkat, to magnificent lions. You can even interact with some of the creatures like deer, ostriches, and many more. You'll know about Indonesia's biodiversity through the trivia of the knowledgeable staff and naturalists. The concept of tourism is actually familiar, but the condition of the field has been made creative and up-to-date, namely a modern zoo and amusement park. Apart from being invited to study and observe the animals in the cool and fresh atmosphere of Lembang, all family members can also enjoy many games, such as playgrounds, carnival games, agility games, and even a water park. Another characteristic of this park and zoo is the existence of a restaurant or cafe that has a large glass wall so that visitors who eat at this restaurant can see various kinds of animals that are directly behind the glass. As the name suggests, the local sells stuff to customers like in regular market. The only difference is that the sellers offer their items on the boat, parked on the body of a pond. The concept is somehow similar to Bangkok's and Banjarmasin floating market in Indonesia. It is located at Jalan Grand Hotel number 33 in Lembang, West Bandung. This floating market uses a lake as the center of its activities. There are 46 boats that serve a culinary menu typical of West Java and snack typical of the city of Bandung, which are the favorite menus of the people of Bandung and its surroundings. The floating market has the concept of village and tourism village, which offer types of tourism with a unique and a cool rural natural setting. The floating market was inaugurated on December 12, 2021 and is now a leading tourist attraction for the Lembang area. In addition, floating market also has sporting tourist facilities. Rancha in local language means swamp, indicating that this grassland used to be a vast wetland. Uvpas is believed to be originated from a Sundanese word that means a ranger. Rancha Upas was then managed by Perhutani State-owned Forestry Service. From the beginning, Rancha Upas was designed and marketed as a camping ground with a lovely air and magnificent night scenery. It didn't take long for this place to have a great reputation among nature lovers. Rancha Upas has a very huge camping area. The place is immensely huge that you can just pick any place to set up a tent, away from other campers if you want to. Another reason to visit is the deer captivity in this area, where Japanese deer freely roam the large captivity area. Let's moving out from Bandung to Sumedang, Regency of West Java Province, one of the educational centers where there are the universities on the right and left side, but also various kind of tourist attraction that can be found in Sumedang that shouldn't be missed. Alun-alun Sumedang has a very attractive view to visit and has become one of the icons of the city of Sumedang. Designed and updated by Ridwan Kamil, it was inaugurated on March 14, 2020. Surrounded by many important buildings. On the south side, there is the Sumedang District Hall Complex, Regional People's Representative Assemblies building on the north side, while on the east side there is a prison building and Sumedang Great Mosque, which stand beautifully and firmly on the west side. Currently, Sumedang City Square is equipped with facilities. Tahu Sumedang or tahu bungkeng has some different characteristics from other tofu. The difference between ordinary tofu and tahu Sumedang is found in the coagulation of soy milk, where tahu Sumedang use salt as coagulant, while ordinary tofu use acetic acid or vinegar for its coagulation. Oh yes, for your information, it was first made by a Chinese Indonesian named Ogino. Tahu Sumedang characteristics are its content half empty or completely empty, and it has a creamier inside than the normal white tofu, with the taste is savory. Tahu Sumedang best served with lontong, various kind of sambal, soy sauce, or cabai rawit. This tofu is mainstay of the city of Sumedang because it tastes delicious and has a lot of vegetable protein from soybeans. The soybean used to make this tofu are kedelai lurik, which is a typical Sumedang soybean. In addition, the low price makes tahu Sumedang a favorite food to be used as souvenirs. Besides being tasty, the skin of this tofu is crispy and the filling is soft and tender. Tahu Sumedang often found on the outskirts of the city of Sumedang. Because it is quite easy to make, many residents of Sumedang make and sell tahu Sumedang for tourists or newcomers who just pass on this road. Located in the village of Sindulang, between the borders of Sumedang and Bandung, this is definitely the place to bring your family to and get the kids to learn about nature and its beauty. Within the area, there are two waterfalls. That is 50 meters tall and the other one is 30 meters wide. Here, the clear water brings tranquility and peace. The swift flowing stream lets visitors enjoy the river water. But there's actually more. On top of the magnificent waterfall, you can also climb up the hill right beside the river, which flows into the main waterfall. The village serves as a tourist spot which brings natural beauty and coolness. This resort spot its visitor with paragliding tours and Tampamas mountain views in the distance. Sitting on the top of these hills, while enjoying a hot of coffee in a fine cafe, we can clearly see the view of the city Sumedang below us. It is a good spot as well for the family to spend their weekends. Nowadays, Toga village has transformed into a quite comfortable resort with a typical cool mountain atmosphere. The village is not difficult to find as its location is quite near to the center of Sumedang. From a distance, a glimpse of luxurious villas is obviously seen. Gazing out, my rounded rectangle for the earth of
Now, we would like to invite all the participants to contribute in the session to play.
As we say earlier, there is a quiz link for all the participants to join in the chat room. You may click on the link and join the game.
Let's go join the game and we'll wait for you guys. And while waiting for the participants to join the quiz, we would like to talk a little bit about topics that has been explained.
So far, what do you think about Bandung?
Okay, about Bandung, maybe I've been there before and I think it's a good place to stay and it has a lot of food and I love Bandung. Not because of the place, but the food is amazing. It's amazing. What do you think about Bandung, Nay?
I think Bandung is the place for healing because we study in Jatinangor, right?
Yeah.
And when we went to Bandung, it's feel like a vacation for us. So I really like Bandung and the vibes that it has.
I
And
agree.
also the food is really good. I really like seblak actually.
Oh.
If you have the time to go to Bandung, don't forget to try seblak.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah, all the participants. I suggest you guys to go to Bandung because I mean, besides of the food, I agree with Nabil. It's a good place for healing. Like as you seen in the video, where there's good looking waterfalls or maybe Braga. It's Braga is amazing, but there's some dark side about Braga, but we don't talk about it. Okay, Nay, have you been to some places about in the video?
Oh yeah, sure. Because I went to Bandung almost every single week. So I go to a lot of places and explore a lot of new place in Bandung. I've been to the floating market. It's a nice place for family vacation. You guys can enjoying the scenery with your family and enjoy a good food.
Oh, not a, okay. Yeah, in Bandung, there's a lot of things of Bandung mentioned in the video, and I've never been to some of the places, and I would like maybe in a holiday, because in a couple of weeks we have holidays in now, and maybe Bandung is the right place to have a holiday, and maybe I want to go to in the video there's mention about a cave. Yes, there's a cave, and there's that's an interesting one because I don't know. I like adventuring with myself, and maybe I ask some of my friends to go to there. Okay, maybe is there some places in the video that you want to see or maybe to go there?
I really want to go to the waterfall actually.
Oh, the waterfall, yeah. Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I think it's going to be peaceful.
A peaceful one.
Yes, and Yeah, the same reason as you. I want to explore a lot of new places actually. And also, enough talking about the Bandung. We would like to remind to join the quiz, and we would like to inform all the participants that we will have 2 participants with the highest score as the winner. So don't forget to join if you want the prize. Right,
Yeah.
Val?
I heard the price is like a car.
Oh.
Oh.
Or
So-
a flight ticket to Bandung.
Oh.
Maybe
Yeah,
we don't
that
know.
sounds interesting, you know. So yeah, all the participants, you need to join the quiz right now because the price is really big, you know. And yeah, in 1 minute we will
Start the
start the quiz. Yeah. Okay, don't forget because yeah, the price is big, and from the quiz we will test you guys about what we've been taught in the video or maybe the session before with the professor, you know. And yeah. Okay, I think it's the time for the quiz to start. Okay, let's start.
Let's go. The first question, Bandung International Outlet.
Okay.
Of course,
Ah,
it's an easy one.
I think I well, yeah, don't forget to put the right and the fastest one gets more score. Yeah, it's correct.
Yes.
Okay. It's yeah, one more 10 seconds. And 9, 5, 4,
Time's up.
who has the highest score right now? Oh, it's Umi
Ma'am,
Isti
yes.
in the leaderboard right now.
And
Oh,
all of the participants answered it right.
yep.
Ooh, it's
Yep.
an easy one.
Easy one, of course. Okay, the next one is I can see Brooklyn.
From this,
Uh,
I'm pretty sure that the I'm
oh,
pretty sure that the
that that building.
yeah, it's not so.
Yeah, it's I thought.
All the participants. Oh no.
Oh no, one more. 25 seconds. The countdown will stop. You know, so don't forget to answer the question. You know. Okay. Ah, 5, 4. Okay, the time. You know, still in the oh, he is still in the lead.
Ooh.
Oh, only five people let it right.
Next question. How wide is wide?
Every
I
street
think
it
it's
was.
pretty wide.
I don't know. I don't know. Oh, as seen as in the picture below, it's really big, right?
Yes, and Alan Bandung is really a nice place to stay with your friends and chit-chatting,
Yeah.
sitting in the artificial grass.
Yes.
Yes.
I think in Alun-Alun Bandung, there's I've seen some cosplay about the ghost, you know. Yeah.
The iconic ghost that
Yeah, iconic ghost in Indonesia.
spot and
Yeah, it's fun.
clear.
Yeah. It's so many people that. Okay. Ah. Oh. This is a little bird right now. Ooh,
Still
easy. But number 2 got taken down. Okay. Okay, 9 people got it
most of
right.
people got right.
Yeah, most of. Okay, next question. Simol uhui for sale. Okay.
Simol uhui.
Simol uhui. Okay, that's interesting.
Have you ever heard about Chimoluhui?
I think no.
It's actually my first time hearing about Chimoluhui.
Yeah, it is my first time as well. I think it sounds good. Small is good.
Yeah, Chimol is for tapioca.
Yeah. I don't know about Simol. Yeah, no. This week or maybe. 5, 8, 7, 5. Okay, who's in the little? Ooh, maybe is in a street, you know. Oh, and most people got it right.
It's in Lembang floating market.
Oh, floating market. You've been there before.
But I've never seen the
Oh,
Chimoluhui.
yeah. Okay, next question.
After seeing how nice it's crispy on the outside.
And
It's really good.
It's good in the inside. Why? Oh man. And we're in Sumedang right now. And
Oh yeah, that's right.
place where also I think for the people in yes.
So who's in the leaderboard?
I think it's
Yeah,
still.
yeah.
I think I know. Oh,
Change.
Paddy's in the
He's
lead
now
right now.
in the lead.
Okay, the right answer is Cilulung Waterfall. Oh, tahu sebenarnya is in there. Okay, is it done? Okay.
Earlier, the participants with the highest score as the winner. So the winner, congratulations to
Number 1.
Miss or Ma'am Paddy.
Paddy. Yeah. Are you here right now? Can you? Okay. First one is Paddy. Oh.
And the
Okay.
second one.
Okay. The second one is
Miss
or Ma'am Sri
Agustini.
Are you here, Miss Sri?
You may on your mic or your camera to have a little chit chat with
us.
ours.
Yes.
Okay, I'm here.
Hello. Oh, it's a Miss Sri. Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Congratulations to being second in this quiz, and there will be a huge prize. Yes.
And I would want to
Okay, thank you.
about something. Have you ever been to Bandung?
Actually, I am live in Bandung.
Oh, so that's
I
why.
born in Bandung.
That's why.
That's
Makes sense.
that's
Makes sense.
so
Okay.
cool.
So congratulations from us. Thank you for the
Thank
liberty.
you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Congratulations to all the winners.
Okay. Thank you all the participants that participate in the quiz. Let's move on to our next agenda. Our next agenda will lead by our moderator, Miss Nova.
To Miss Nova, the time screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the Master of Ceremony. So now I will also moderate the next these sessions. So for these sessions, we have invited a speaker from Yuan University, Professor John Chi-Wei. So, or usually we call it Professor John. So today he will give a lecture about a sustainable bio platform for biochemicals production for agro and industrial waste. So Professor John, good morning, Professor.
Morning.
Okay, Professor John. Thank you very
I'm
much
here.
for joining us today, Professor. So before we start our sessions, I will introduce you about Professor John. So Professor John Chi-Wei received his Ph.D. in the School of Chemical Engineering from University of Birmingham, UK in 2000s. His doctoral research was dedicated to develop an efficient process to recovery of C595 diabody from fermentation broth using expanded bed technique in large-scale productions. He was a postdoctoral researcher at Academia Sinica, Taiwan, to work on bioprocessing design of feed enzyme production from 2000 to 2003. He was also a research fellow in Yamaguchi University, Japan, and Industrial Technology and Research Institute in Taiwan, respectively, before he joined Yuan University in 2007. So Prof. John currently serves as a professor at Yuan University and also the leader of Biorefinery and Bioprocess Engineering Laboratory in Yuan University, as well as vice president of Biotechnology and Biochemical Engineering Society, Taiwan. And Prof. John also is an ample experienced researcher in respect of involving design and construction of industrial plant and very active in collaboration between academia and also industrial partners. So his current research focuses upon process integrations for bio-based chemical productions from waste, biomass, and industrial feedstock. So now I will give this opportunity to the Professor John. So Professor John, time and screens are yours now.
Thank you, Nova, for the kind introduction. Just let me share the slide first. So anyone can see the slide?
Yes, Professor, I can see the slide.
All right. Okay, so it's a pleasure to be here to join this session and to share some of my research result to fulfill the sincere topic of the this lecture. And I think everyone has fulfilled and fruitful sharing from Professor Ogino this morning. Compared to his significant data and the research result, I think this session will be much easier for all of you. Okay, so I'm John from Taiwan, from Yuan University. So today I'm going to talk about a sustainable bioplatform for the chemical production from agro-industrial waste. Okay. So as you know, like the 2050 zero carbon emission is hold on, let me just okay. Wait, sorry. Okay, sorry. So the 2050 zero carbon emission is like the goal for global wide now. And even in Taiwan, the government start to think the different strategy, try to achieve this zero carbon emission. So in this diagram, you can see that in every corner, you need to think circularly for the sustainable solution. For example, for the industry, you need to have the circular operation, or you have the circular solution. Even in each sector, you need to have a circular design. And even for the consumer, we need to think about a circular consumption. So everything in the circle design try to reach the better beneficial for society. So in Taiwan since 2004, I think that Taiwan is the first country to promote the biofuel nationwide. In that period, in our country, we start to find a solution for the energy. Then the renewable energy is one of the target in Taiwan government. So biofuel, you can see here, this is the biodiesel production process. So we have a lot of waste cooking oil, which contain the triglyceride here. So after the mix with the alcohol, for example, the methanol or ethanol, through the basic catalyst or the acid catalyst, so we can have the biodiesel and also the gasoil, which is considered as a side product. So in this process, the main product is the fatty acid methyster, which is can be used as a biodiesel or lubricant in the car industry. However, a lot of the waste gasoil, we need to consider how we can reuse that. So if you consider like the gasoil can be used as a biochemicals, but if we think in the bioconversion way, this is the metabolic pathway for the gasoil. The gasoil normally in the research study, most of the researchers try to convert the gasoil into the 1,3-propanediol here. But at that time, I mean, if you think about the gasoil is the 3-carbon feedstock. So if we can convert that 3-carbon feedstock into the higher value-added compound, which will be more economics, or we can create more economic impact. So this is the pathway. If you consider from gasoil to the pyruvate, even to the acid-CoA, and normally the bacteria will take this acid-CoA into the TCA cycle, or they can convert this into the butanol or ethanol, which is another type of biofuel. But if we convert this acid-CoA into this is the PHA metabolic pathway to produce the so-called biopolyester that can create a more economic impact to the society. So to talk about this PHA, which is a polyhydroxyalkanate, that is a type of biological polyester. And this kind of polyester are normally considered as a substance for the petrochemical plastic due to the extremely outstanding biocompatibility and the biodegradation properties. So the PHA normally are found in the microorganism like bacteria in the environment. And the PHA can be used in a different kind of industry sector. For example, for the medical industry, can be used as a surgical sutures or artificial joint, even the drug carrier, or can be used for the food industry, like a food packaging or the disposal items. So they can be used for the high or valued or low value industry sectors. And the PHA, they have among the 150 different type of PHA. So the many is depend on this citrate and also the core carbon number. So they have different type of PHA, and most common PHA we can see in the environmental is we so-called the P3HB, the poly-3-hydroxybutyrate, and the poly-3-hydroxyfuryrate. And if we have these two polymer copolymerized together, which is a P3HB co-3HV, that is a copolymer, and this kind of copolymer, they have a higher market price and market potential. Then PHA can be synthesized from the different carbon source, for example, the carbohydrate or the fatty acid. So for if you consider based on the environmental and also the sustainable way, so you can use the waste sugar or the waste fatty acid, for example, from the cooking oil or even from the hydrolyzable cellulose, then to use that as the carbon feedstock and to synthesize the PHA. And in our team, we try to use the crude gas oil because at that time we have a lot of crude gas oil produced from the biodiesel industry. And this is the statistics number from the 2002 and 2010. And you can see that because the biodiesel is mainly produced in Europe, and you can see the biodiesel production increased dramatically in the European area. So as a consequence of that, we produce a lot of crude gas oil. And however, the price of crude gas oil is decreasing. And also because the gas oil produced from the biodiesel plant, this is not pure, it's only the 80 or even lower of the purity. So how can we use that of the kind of crude gas oil will be very critical. And the problem with this crude gas oil in the literature, as you can see here in this table, if we attempt to convert the crude gas oil by using the bacteria and compared to the pure gas oil, and you can see that once you load with the crude gas oil, because the acid or even the salt or even the alkaline, those is the catalyst contained during the biodiesel production process. That will significantly impact the cell growth and subsequently to impact the PHA accumulation. So you can see here, no matter what different kind of bacteria, once they load with the crude gas oil, the PHB content will drop dramatically. So this is the main problem of when we try to use the bacteria to utilize this crude gas oil into the soluble added compounds. So the solution might be we need to purify the crude gas oil into the higher purity and reduce those contaminants. But in our team, we are thinking if we have one more recovery or separation step for the crude gas oil, that will increase all the production cost. And in that way, it's not so sustainable. So we are thinking if we can directly use the crude gas oil to our fermentation or our bacterial system, which could be better and also easier for the future scale up. So to think about that solution, the first thing come to our mind is if we can increase the bacterial strength, that is to increase the bacterial absorption to the oxygen molecules, because the bacteria we use to produce the PHA are the aerobic bacteria, which need the oxygen supply in the system. So this is the human globin protein we call the VGB. they have a very strong affinity to the oxygens. So if the bacteria contain this kind of protein, and when they express this VGB protein, they can enhance the protein absorption and also the utilization. So they will help the cell to grow under very low oxygen circumstances. So since we have this idea, so we try to use a genetic approach to design the bacteria to into this Ralstonia eutropha. So this E. coli contains this PHB2, which is the plasmid harboring this PHA synthesis gene, as well as this VGB protein. And so the idea is very simple. We just try to transfer this plasmid into this Y-type strain. This Y-type strain is a Ralstonia eutropha H16. This strain is found to be capable of accumulate PHA in a very highly content. So if we can make this bacteria to grow under the low oxygen environment, that will be beneficial or advantage to our fermentation system during our scale up. So this is the target. We try to make this Y-type strain to become the recombinant Ralstonia eutropha, and we name that is B101. So this is the DNA gel analysis to prove that we have this VGB gene contained in this eutropha strain. Then after the sequence alignment comparison, we make sure that the VGB is the foreign DNA to this Ralstonia eutropha. So this is and during this process, we found that the plasmid, because in this PBHP2 plasmid, they have the PHA synthesis gene. So the whole recombinant work are to make this plasmid integrate into this Ralstonia eutropha chromosome. So that means that after we have this recombinant strain, we don't need any antibiotic as a selection marker for the cell growth. So this is just a very simple fermentation result. If you compare this is a Y-type and also this is a recombinant B101 strain, then you can see here, because when we grow the cell, especially this is an aerobic bacterial, so during the exponential phase, the cell need a lot of oxygen. So the oxygen, dissolved oxygen will reduce dramatically. That will play a significant effect on the cell growth, which is inhibit the cell growth. However, that is normally found during the general fermentation. But so you can see here, this Y-type strain, we have the maximum, the highest dry cell weight around 13 grams per liter. Then the PHB content is around 36%. But if we have this VGB gene, then we can make this bacteria to grow faster during the low dissolved oxygen condition. So we can have almost 3 times triple increase in the dry cell weight, and also almost double increase in the PHB content. So this is very is encouraging and also exciting result to us. As you can see the TEM transmission electron microscopy here, then you can see the inside of this white granule are all the PHB biopolyester. This granule fulfill inside the cell. So when we try to scale up from the 5 liter into the 50 liter, and also using the different fermentation strategy, then we can increase the biomass amount, as well as we can still keep the PHB content above the 60%. So as a consequence of that, we produce a lot of different PHB powder. Then we try to make a different type of the formula, for example, as a membrane or as a particle. So we provide this kind of material for the the subsequent industry for their testing. But the PHP, this kind of bacteria, we just show that we can make it from the crude gas oil. So then we can have only with a very high biomass as well as a high content. And we don't need to purify the crude gas oil from the biodiesel plant. So that means that we can solve the crude gas oil issue. But the product we made, this poly-3-hydroxybutyrate, the property of this kind of polyester is very brittle. So that will limit their application in the industry. So another kind of the biopolyester is a copolymer. This is a poly-3-hydroxybutyrate and 3-hydroxyfurate. This is a PHB, so-called PHB. This is more soft, more gentle, and they can have very flexible property. So they can be conduct into the, especially in the medical industry as a medical application. So the next we try to do is, if we can convert this crude gas oil into this copolymer, that maybe is the very attraction point. So as you can see in this slide, this is a PHBV synthesis pathway. In order to have this copolymer, we need to add the precursor, which is a propanolic acid or sodium propanate. By adding this precursor or with this kind of precursor in the cell growth, we can finally get this copolymer. So the precursor is needed for the PHB formation. As you can see here, once in the market or in the literature, this precursor is kind of an inhibitor for this cell growth or during the PHB accumulation. So you can find in the literature that the maximum PHBV is only around maybe 20 to 15 to 22 grams per liter. And consider for the HV more percent among the PHBV, the highest one is around 18. Okay, and in the market, if you can buy the sigma from the sigma, or the PHBV polymer, the HV content is around 12%. So this is the highest one and commercial available, and the price is almost 10 times of the PHB. So this means the market potential is there and the price is very, very high, and this means the profit is high. So in our study, in our research, we try to attempt, the goal is to accumulate the PHBV over the 20 grams per liter, especially HB more percent can higher than 20%. The reason for this one is because if you have a higher HV, the material is more soft. Okay, they can be used for in the medical sector. Is more widely, especially for example for the surgery students or for the drug delivery carrier. And this is normally the research idea. When you have an idea how, you also have a bacteria, how you process, try to attempt your final goal. But in this part, I try to talk about I think I want to share about this is a RSM, which is by using a statistical method, response surface methodology, to help our fermentation design and to achieve our goal. So by using this RSM, this is a very, very unique or very useful tool, but not for all the fermentation cases. So this is a flow chart of the RSM steps. You need to decide the factors, and normally the factor is could be the medium composition or your cultivation conditions. Then you need to design the critical factors, then to have this we call a two-level fractional design to compute the possibility to decide which one is the more critical or more essential elements. Then to pass the stiffness essence to find the optimal region. Then go through the second design, which is a central composite design. Then to have the second order model, which will yield the equation that is optimal. Then hopefully you can find the highest value, or in some cases you can find the lowest value. But in our case, we try to find the highest value. So then finally confirmed by the real experiment. So in the first one, we have by the preliminary study, we have these 5 factors, including the crude gas or sodium propionate, phosphate. This is a precursor, and also the 2 environmental condition, that is the dissolved oxygen, and also because the sodium propionate is the inhibitor, even is the precursor, but we are thinking a different addition of time. So with this design, then we have the run the by using this ISM, we run the many fermentations. Then go through this probability calculation. So with this 5 factors, then we finally find the crude gas and the phosphate, the key factors. Okay, so after with these key factors, then we go to the second central composite design, and finally we yield this second order equation. So that means if you have a concentration of crude gas around 58 grams per liter, with a precursor around 10 grams per liter, and the phosphate with the 0.7 mole per liter, then control the dissolved oxygen as a 50%. Then to add this precursor after 12 hours of fermentation, then you can have this pH concentration to reach the 7.8 grams per liter. Then we need to verify this equation. So we run a 3 tests. As you can see here, this is being done in the 50 liters of fermenters. So we can have around the cell dry rate, which is 40 to 43 grams per liter. Then this pHV is around 7 grams. Its average is 7.5, which is very close to the 7.8 from the theoretical value. The HV mole percent is around 35%. Then pH concentration is above the 20 grams per liter. So all this the value fulfill our KPI in the beginning. So and this is confirmed by AMR that the copolymer we generate here is the PHBV. So we provide this PHBV with this high HV content to the hospital for their further testing. So, but today I didn't show that result, okay, because in order to fulfill our main topic here. So for the PHA, the previous one, I just proved that we can produce a different kind of PHA from the crude gas roll, okay? But you can see that by using the bacterial production, then the PHA each batch, you might have a different polymer molecular weight. Okay, this is the main, could be the main issue if you try to use that for the future applications. So another way is if we think sustainably, if we can, because as I show here, this is the pathway from the acid-CoA, go through the 3 enzymes, then we can get this polymer, okay, biopolymer. Then if we can build up a system consisting of these 3 enzymes, then by feeding the acid-CoA continuously, then we supposedly we can have this biopolymer in the end. In order to prove this concept can be done, the first of all is we try to synthesize the PHA from this 3HB-CoA as a substance, go through 1 step, the polymerase reaction. Then if we can recycle this CoA back to this 3HB, then we might fulfill this whole process. Okay, so in this pathway, you can see that the CoA will be released. So if you can release the CoA, then synthesize the AC-CoA, or release the CoA here, then reuse that to synthesize the CHP CoA, then we can recycle those CoA in this sustainable or circular system, reaction system. So this is the ideas in the beginning. So in order to fulfill this idea, we try to solve this the polymerization reaction here first. Then we decide this is a reactor is a two-phase system. So the two-phase system, we culture the cell first, which can express this polymerase Pha-C. Now we load this crude cell broth directly, including the cell, and this triangle is the enzyme, the polymerase Pha-C enzyme, into our two-phase system. Then, as you can see here, after our loading, the cell will be go into the bottom phase. The enzyme will be maintained as a top phase. So we will take the top phase, okay, out. Then we can recycle this bottom phase, which contain the crude cells. Then take the top phase to form the second two-phase system. Then this second two-phase system, we will load this 3HP CoA. So this 3HP CoA is a substance, is a reactants to be reacted with this polymerase enzyme. Then we can generate this granule P3HP. So after this reaction, you can see that the P3HP, because this is hydrophobic, so and this is heavier, there will be sentimental in the bottom phase as well. And the CoA, the molecule will be precipitated into the bottom phase, and the polymerase Pha-C still remain in the top phase. So after that, you can recycle the top phase, then reuse that, and also to collect the bottom phase to recover the P3HP from the bottom phase, as well as you can recycle the CoA into this recycle process. So this aqueous two-phase system, this is a protein DNA gel to show that the Pha-C, this enzyme polymerase is maintained in the top phase. All the other proteins are keep in the bottom phase. So you can see this is the small scale of this synthesis two-phase reactors. Then we scale up into the larger scale. So this is before we load this 3HP CoA reactants. After we load this reactant to start to mix that, you can see this blue color. That means the P3HP are synthesized during the reaction. And also we study by the different ratio of the enzyme to the substance. Then we can significantly to control this molecular weight of the polymer. And we can also control this PDI, which is a polymer deviation index in very low, very close to 1. So that means that we can in vitro synthesize the PHA in the circulation manner. And by this circulation manner, we can also control this polymer molecular size. So that would be very good result for the downstream application, especially for the low molecular size of the polymer application. So to the next topic, I'm trying to talk about the microalgae. I think the microalgae is very attractive cell. Okay, they have a lot of functions, especially and also as well as applications. So the microalgae is the now in the modern scientific application, they can fix the carbon dioxide through the photosynthesis reaction. So this is the most attractive point to the scientific researcher or even for the industrial partners. So as you can see here, compared with the plants, they don't need a lot of land, and they, which is a farmland, they don't need a larger area. They can grow vertically, and they can have a very high carbon dioxide fixation efficiency. So the several factor or the needed for to grow the microalgae, which are the light carbon dioxide or nutrients. So this microalgae can be grown in autotrophically or the heterotrophically, okay, even as well as a mesotroph manner. So from the product point of view, the microalgae can accumulate the lipid, which can be converted to the biodiesel. Also, they can accumulate a carbohydrate, can be used as a feedstock for the fermentation to produce ethanol or the hydrogen fuel. And also, they might accumulate a lot of protein. They can use as a fertilizer or healthy food supplement. So this is a biodiesel production from the microalgae. So in Taiwan also we studied this from the year 2005. However, if you produce, you can see here, you need to cultivate the microalgae. Then even in the open pond system, then after that you need to harvest the microalgae to extract oil, then go through this transfiguration reaction. Then to separate the gas oil and as well as biodiesel. Then after you get a biodiesel, can be used in a gas station for the diesel car. But you know the price, I mean, to be used as a biodiesel after so many operation process, from the economic cost is not very economic to the industry sectors. So you need to consider if you when you grow the microalgae, they can produce another kind of high value compounds. So one of these high value compounds is the unsaturated fatty acid. For example, like this DHA. This DHA is considered they have a lot of healthy benefit, and also they can use as a drug for the disease treatment. So you can see from the childhood to the adult, even to the elder people, all the old generation, they need a DHA compound for the healthy purpose. So in our study, we try to produce the DHA not to produce the biodiesel. So the DHA is only one kind of the lipid can accumulate inside the microalgae cells. But when you grow the microalgae, if you grow autotroph, which means by using the light and also the carbon dioxide, then the growth rate, the cell growth rate might be slower than if you supply with some organic compounds to grow the microalgae heterotrophically. So in order to grow the microalgae heterotrophically, to use the waste, which contain a highly organic carbon. So we are trying to think, how can we to make a microalgae stronger, and also they can utilize those carbon feedstock from the waste more efficiently. So we have two kinds of microalgae. The first one is the Chimidomonas rehardi. This is a model organism. Okay, the reason we use this one is because this Chimidomonas, the whole genome sequence have been decoded, and they all have a large cup shape, the chloroplast. So this is how the Chimidomonas rehardi look like. And second one is the microalgae. This is the DHA accumulation potential microalgae. And normally we don't consider, in some research paper, they consider this is one kind of bacteria as well, because their chloroplast is not so strong. So if you proceed this kind of SR21 microalgae into the photosynthesis, the efficiency is not high, but they can accumulate the DHA or EPA in a high content, and they can easily to be scaled up. Okay, and they can also grow heterotrophically. So in order to discuss or discover what is the key factors to grow the microalgae heterotrophically, then we start to look at the photosynthesis system of the microalgae. This is a photosynthesis in microalgae. They have the photosystem 1 and the photosystem 2. So if you look at photosystem 1 here, there's a FD, this one, and FA, FB. So you can see here that is to generate and the energy molecule, including the ATP and NADPH. So in the literature, we can see these FD ferredoxin proteins or FA, FB protein. They are found as energy centers, okay, to distribute the energy into the different molecules, okay. So this is a ferredoxin protein. The ferredoxin protein, they have different type of ferredoxin. So the different type of ferredoxin, they have different roles. So they can distribute those energy into different metabolism. For example, for the lipid, for the amino acid, or for the nitrogen sulfur metabolism. So, and even to control the photosynthesis efficiency. So among these ferredoxin protein, one of ferredoxin protein, which is ferredoxin 5, the function is not fully discovered, but in some research paper, they talk about this ferredoxin 5, FDS5, that is the key for the lipid accumulation, or even for the tolerance environment. So in this case, we try to overexpress this ferredoxin 5 protein in the model microalgae, which is Chyminomonas. So this is a genetic design to express this ferredoxin 5. So as you can see here, like the PTF releases the comparison ferredoxin to the ferredoxin 5, FDS5. So this is a Y type, and this is the recombinant microalgae, just to show you that the ferredoxin 5 is expressed. So if you grow this transgenic Chyminomonas microalgae, no matter overexpress the PETF ferredoxin or the ferredoxin 5 proteins, in the cell growth curve, there are not much differences among these two cell lines. Okay, but if you grow this transgenic Chyminomonas microalgae under a different tolerance environment, for example, the salt. Okay, the salt environment, then you can see here the white type of the black one with the higher salt environment, the survival rate is lower. But with this transgenic microalgae, which overexpress those ferredoxin protein, the survival rate can still maintain 70% above. So that is a very interesting result. That means that to overexpress this ferredoxin can enhance the microalgae survival rate under the salt tolerance. Another one is the heat tolerance. Okay, because in Taiwan, we have the summertime. If you grow the microalgae during the daytime in the summer, the ground temperature can be up to 40 to 45 degrees Celsius. So if you grow the microalgae under such a condition, the microalgae might die, okay, after the summer, a week or even a few days. So this is a test to grow this transgenic Chyminomonas under the heat tolerance. We grow the microalgae at 42 degrees Celsius to up to 2 hours to see the survival rate. And for the white type, you can see that if you have 2 hours under the 42 degrees Celsius, survival rate is below 20%. But if you overexpress this ferredoxin 5 protein, the survival rate of this transgenic microalgae can still maintain above 50%. So this is also very encouraging data. So this is the confocal microscope to prove that the heat shock result and comparison between the white type and the overexpression of ferredoxin proteins of transgenic microalgae. And this is under the to compare the starting condition, okay, without the nitrogen, okay, when you are short of nitrogen nutrient, the microalgae is a thing to start accumulate the lipid. And in this transgenic chlamydomonas cell, you can see here, no matter with this overexpression of ferridoxin, after the starting condition, 7 days, you can see the lipid here, yellow color, the more bright color of the yellow, that means the more lipid accumulated in the cells. Okay, so this is a different cell line. Also show that it might help the lipid accumulation. So by using this model, chlamydomonas, we have all demonstrated that the ferridoxin is a key protein to control the cell growth under the torrent condition, and also can help the cell to accumulate more lipid. Okay. And second one is because our target is DHA, and we try to grow the microalgae under at the heterotrophic condition, which is to use the organic carbon feedstock from waste. So the same thing is, if we can grow that under the low oxygen condition, if that idea is possible, so similar to the previous work, we integrated this VGB into the microalgae system. So we tried, this is just a genetic work to prove that we can express the VGB protein then for both the model and also the experimental microalgae strain. And for this chlamydomonas, the model cell line, so this is overexpression of VGB. So on the plate, you can see that the VGB grow well, the microalgae grow well. But you need to test for in the flask. Okay, so we try to grow that in a flask. So that means they have a lot of headspace here. So the headspace means that it's supposed to provide a sufficient oxygen. Okay, so that means more oxygen in the system. So if you compare the wild type with this transgenic microalgae to overexpress the VGB, to compare the cell growth curve, there are not much differences. Okay, but if you grow the microalgae in the limit oxygen condition, that's you can see the differences among this wild type strain and transgenic strain. So that you can see that with the transgenic strain, they can grow better than the wild type strain. Okay. Even same with this DHA accumulation microalgae SR21, we also overexpress this VGB. Then the difference is more significantly. We try to culture this SR21 microalgae by using the crude gas oil as a feedstock. Then compared with the wild type, then you can see here the highest the cell dry weight we can have is around 18 grams per liter after 6 days of cultivation. But compared with the the wild type, or even this one is only the 7 grams per liter. So this VGB, the circle one with a VGB 19, this one was selected to a field study. And to study this VGB 19 transgenic strain, if we can have higher the PHA content, okay, so you can see here this 18 grams per liter, the DHA content among the total lipids is around 31%. If we consider the productivity is 620 milligram per liter per day, so which is very high compared with the literature to obtain the DHA from a different microalgae system. So in this case, we just show that we can, by using a genetic approach to grow the microalgae under a different condition, and also to use the crude gas oil as a feedstock, and to accumulate the DHA, which is a very high market potential lipid. So The next I'm going to share is we try to use a different biomass, which is produced in our laboratory. So the previous one, we have a lot of microalgae biomass. After the extraction of the lost lipid, we have this microalgae biomass. And in our lab, we also produce some beer. So we will generate some blue Spain grain here. And also we have some cornstarch, which is obtained from the fruit industry, our cooperative partners. So this cornstarch, this is considered as a potential carbon resources. So they can go through the different hydrolysis approach, either the chemical or the enzymatic approach to get the sugar, okay, such as glucose or xylose, arabinose, etc. Then in these studies, we compare different pretreatment, which you already, I think all of you have seen that in the Professor Ogino presentation. In the Kobe University, they have they just use hot water to hydrolyze the cellulosic material. And in our case, we try to compare the we call it hydrothermal with the low acid addition method approach, and as well as the enzymatic approach to see which one can generate more sugar. So after the hydrolysis, we will yield the fermentable sugars. Then the target compound we produce here is the gamma amino butyric acid, which is a GABA. Okay, so second part is a fermentation to produce GABA. And GABA is a single amino acid. They have is a neural communication compound. So they have the medical effect to calm the emotion as well as to assist the sleeping quality. And also they've been demonstrated can improve the immunity. So the GABA now is very popular in the healthy food market. So this is the result we have in our laboratory, that by using this chemothermal approach, the process is shorter and it's much simple, but they will yield some inhibitor, which is not very good for the sequential fermentation process. By using the enzymatic approach, this is higher yield of the sugar, and the condition is mild reaction condition, but the reaction time is longer, and also the cost might be higher. Okay, because you need those enzyme, and you need to if you cannot reuse that, each time you need to use a fresh enzyme. Okay, so but eventually we just I just show you here that by using the different and hydrolysis from the different approach of the pretreatment, for example, the enzymatic CPH, which means the carbon pretreatment hydrolysis. Okay, and chemothermal CPH, this is by using the chemothermal approach to yield the carbon hydrolysis. Then you can see here, this is a cell growth curve, and this is a product in terms of GABA and also the glutamate, residue glutamate concentration. Then in both cases, we can yield a certain amount of GABA, which is around 5 to 7 grams per liter of the GABA from the different approach. But for the cell growth approach, the enzymatic pretreatment can be beneficial for the cell growth because they have less cell inhibitor during the fermentation. So you can see here that for the chemothermal feedstock, okay, the cell growth is lower. Right, so, and this is comparison with the different, this is a bacteria we use as a bacillus, okay. And you can see from the literature that most of the study by using lactobacillus to produce the GABA. But the lactobacillus, one of the advantages of using lactobacillus is they can yield very high concentration of GABA. But the problem is they need to maintain the system anaerobically, which means you need to supply either the nitrogen or, I mean, they can have no oxygen remain in the system. But with the bacillus, you don't need to have such concern. You can just supply with the air and to grow the cell aerobically. So this is a main advantage from the production point of view, to grow the aerobic bacteria, which is lower, will cost less than the anaerobic bacteria during the scale up. So the next one I'm going to talk about, because in the previous case, I mentioned that in our lab we produce some beer. The reason we produce beer is because you know, as a postgraduate student, they are somehow struggling in the research progress, so they are very stressed. So they will drink a little bit beer to relax. But another concept is to make a beer because we are in the chemical engineer. So the beer production process is a combination of the chemical and biochemistry and the fermentation skills. So that's very interesting to a student. And also, we also produce yogurt, okay, in our lab. So we can have the beer and yogurt, especially now it's a World Cup time. So, and after we have this just we call the self-brewing in the laboratory, then the students start to think some story differently. So before I talk that story, I just introduce, this is a global beer market from 2000 to 2025. So you can see that the market growth is 2%. Okay, isolate as the CAGR, which means the annually. So the total consider this beer market growth is not particular for any specific region. You can see here, no matter in the American or Asia Pacific, or even Europe, or even the East and Africa, they are all grow naturally, and with the predicted number in the market value is US dollar 35.3 billion by year 2027. But if you consider this beer production, okay, especially this craft beer, craft beer is more different to the conventional beer. Okay, craft beer you need to have more fermentation skill and with the different elements. But this craft beer in the market producer player worldwide, mainly over 90% around from the USA or Europe. Okay, in Asia, Japan is the main player in the Asia region, as well as Australia. And in Taiwan, and with I think 10 years ago, we have this craft beer business in the market. So our students, they are thinking, they try to create a business. So this is a company, so-called Lens Brewing Corporation company. This is a commercial product, craft beer they have in the market now. So this is the local newspaper in Taiwan been reported. This is the pub in our university, in the Yangtze University. This is first the beer pub in the university. So, but the thing is, we are not only produce beer, we are thinking sustainably, because when you produce beer, you have a lot of different waste. So we try to promote a concept which is a sustainable brewing industry. So this is a craft beer production process. From the spent grain, you need to mash, then to hydrolyze the sugar, then to put into the fermenter, then start to produce the alcohol. Then after, you need to harvest into the bottle and to the market to sell this craft beer. So during this process, they have different waste. So the waste generally including the spent grain and the spent hops. And also you have because you use the e-cell to produce this bioethanol. So you have the residue E cells, and also you have the polluting wastewater. Okay, among these four waste, the most common characterization that is higher water content. And also, for example, for the spent grain, spent hops, they are cellulosic-based material. And for the residue yeast cells, they are rich in proteins. And for those things, or for example, spent grain, spent hop, or the yeast cells, they have a storage issue, which means you need to consume light quickly or to reuse light quickly. Otherwise, they will start fermented. Okay, to grow the germs in the materials. So this is the concept. We are thinking a circular platform for the brewing industry. So that means by using the bacterial microorganism, the fermentation skills. So when you have a melt, this direction is normally when you produce the beers. Okay, so this when you have a melt, after you hydrolyze the sugar, so you will generate this is spent grain. Then you can hydrolyze this spent grain to become the feedstock for the fermentation. Then after the fermentation, you can produce the PHA, the polyester polymer, and the different kind of functional biochemicals. And those PHA can be used as the packaging material to make the cup holder for the beer. And this is biocompatible, so it can be used as a organic carbon and to grow the plants. Okay, and also in the meantime, you can produce the biofuel if you as the energy for this fuel consumption to be used in the car. So after this burning of the biofuel, they will generate carbon dioxide and water. So this carbon dioxide can be fixed by the melt. So this is a kind of a circular, sustainable way for the brewing industry. So in this process, in this platform, we will have a lot of different waste from either from the agricultural side or from the industrial side. So as I mentioned, we have four kinds of different waste: the spent grain, spent hops, the residue yeast cells, and the polluting wastewater. So the spent grain, after the hydrolysis process, we can use as a carbon source. We can use for the PHA, and we can use for this ectonin is also amino acid, and this is being used for the cell protection or in the cosmetic industry to use as the mask in the cosmetic industry sectors. So they have the cell protection. They can have the aging. How can I say, the aging protection impact. And this kind of one is the one kind of the pigment. They have a very similar functionality to astaxanthin. And the residue of the spent grain can be used as a waterproof cup holder. Okay, so by using this spent grain, you can generate different materials. Okay, or different biochemicals. And the spent house in our team, the spent house, because they are rich in the protein and also they are cellulose bases. So we try to convert that spent house into, and the amount is not much because the spent house used in the brewing industry is around 0.5 to 10 of the mass ratio only. So we try to generate this carbon nanodot, okay, from the spent house. This carbon nanodot can be used for the biomedical imaging analysis or as antibacterial materials. Okay, and this residue is there because they are rich in the proteins, so they can be used as a nitrogen supplement for the similar for the PHA, ectonin, or a kind of one pigment fermentation. And this polluting wastewater can be the basal medium for the microalgae cultivation or for the bacterial cultivation. Sorry. And also these are rich in some protein production as well. And we used to grow the microalgae to produce protein as well as acid. So eventually our target is to use that we produce this different kind of pigment as well as the cell protection compound, which is etony, and also as a PHA biopolyester. And also we have some residue cell can be the fundamental recipe for this aqua field. Okay, so we integrate all these compounds as an aqua field. And some spent grain after the hydrolyzation process, we just go through the mechanical operation. We make this we call the waterproof cup holder. Okay, so this is the product. Okay, the cup holder we made. And on the surface here, you can see this is a Mr. Brown coffee. This is commercial. We can have this logo on it. Okay, can be kind of the symbol for the sustainable result. So I think here I just quickly go through because most of that have been introduced previously. This is a polymer by using this spent grain hydrolyzate. Okay, rolling spent grain hydrolyzate is a feedstock. So we can see here that we produce the polymer is a copolymer, a different kind of copolymer. That is a P3HB called 4HB, 4-hydroxybutyrate. And this kind of copolymer, the market potential is much higher because this kind of polymer is not easy to produce. You can see here the biomass or the PHA content is not so high compared to the previous one we just stated out in the previous slide. So this is an MR result to show that this is a copolymer we produce. And this is etony. This is a cyclic amino acid. So they can promote the cell regeneration to protect the skin cell as well as the delay aging, then to maintain the skin moisture. That's why they have a highly market potential in the cosmetic industry. So we use this keto-occurs, this strain. This very unique strain. This is marine microorganism. So we grow this strain to produce etony, and also this strain can produce another the enzyme, which is a chitinase. Okay, so I'm not going to show that today in today's talk. And this is the brewing wastewater we have. So we use that this brewing wastewater during our production of the crop beer. Then as a basal medium, we grow the microalgae to produce the proteins. Okay, so after 19 days of production with the fed batch engineer technique, we can have the protein content up to 40%. For this kind of microalgae is very unique. Normally, if you produce astaxanthin, so there are very less protein will be accumulated. But by using this brewing wastewater, we can have this around 40% of the protein remain in the microalgae. And this is by using the spent hops to produce the convert by using hydrothermal method, very easily one, and to produce the carbon nanodot. So this carbon nanodot can be used as an antioxidant materials to have the antibacterial function, or they can be used for the cell image analysis or as nanozymes. So this is a result we use for the yeast cell imaging result. So this is the bright field. So after loading with this carbon dot generated from the spent hops, so you can see here that it's workable. And this is the antioxidant activity. So you can see that with and without dialysis is to control the particle size. So compared with the other biomass resources, carbon quantum dot, this spent hops carbon quantum dot is the first one we study in the literature. Then the EC50 is quite low. Okay, compared to others, is around 56 microgram per milliliters. And so we can use those waste to produce different materials. So that's the production side. But for the separation and recovery side, you need to think in a sustainable manner as well. So this is an approach. We use the ethylene oxide and the propylene oxide, we so-called EOPO copolymer. This is a thermal controllable polymer. Then we design this the aqueous two-phase system to recover the PHA which we produced previously. So you can see here the idea is that we have this PHB, okay, the polymer polyester we produce with a cell. This is we so-called cell broth. After the cell disruption, we release the PHB, then to as well as other polymers. Then goes to this phase separation. Then with this EOPO system, then we can have this PHB in the top phase, and the EOPO reach in the bottom phase. So we can recover this bottom phase to recover and separate PHA again. So this is like a recyclable process to recover the PHA. So this is a result been published in the year 2017. So we can have the overall yield is around 87% to 97%. So compared to the solvent instruction or the surfactant digestion, or even the alkaline digestion, this result is very comparable. And also we can use that with a recycle time above the 5 to 10 times. And this is another recovery platform for the pigment. So we have the astaxanthin from the microalgae or a kind of one from the bacterial. So we try to use the ionic liquid to break the cell, then to extract the lipid, the pigment. So this concept also been introduced by the Professor Ogino in the previous presentation. But the idea here is to how can we recycle the lost ionic liquid. So we have this back extraction by using the coconut oil, goes through this continuous recycle and operation system. So we can have this recycle of the ionic liquid. So this is a result that you can see the astaxanthin concentration with this recycled ionic liquid efficiency. Okay, so we can still maintain around 75% above efficiency after the 5 cycle of time. So the final just the picture to demonstrate video. So we have this E cell, residue E cell, and those compounds we make this aqua field. Okay, so this is the aqua field. They have different type. The one I hold in my hand, this is for the fish. So this is a fish tank in my lab. So after we feed this the feed, the fish enjoy it very much. And also we just to produce like a piece formula of the feed for the shrimp. So this is a drop of the feed. So the shrimp grab this feed. So you can see that. So they will grab the feed. Let's enjoy that. So here, I just try to demonstrate a concept is we produce those chemicals from the waste. Then we formulate this chemical into the different kind of application. We consider it's a feed, animal feed. Okay, the aqua feed is our first, the next product we might produce in the market. So the conclusion is that the eco-friendly and biorefinery technologies can be used for the biofuel and the brewing process. And those process waste can be efficiently utilized and converted to the value-added compounds and the products. So the remarkable possibility of a sustainable biorefinery within the supporting of a circular economy has been demonstrated in today's presentation, today's lecture. And finally, I think just go through, because I'm from Yanzi, and I just found out that at our university, we have this government with the Indonesia government platform program. So we are the private university. Then we only have 34 years old. The student number, we are not a big size of university, is around 10,000 students. This is our chairman, president of the Far Eastern Group. So if you visit Taiwan, once you land in the airport, everything you touch is related to this Far Eastern Group. For example, you might buy the Wi-Fi or the phone card in the airport. So we have this Far Eastern company. Then we have this petrochemical. So you know the World Cup, the shirt, 40% is produced by the Far Eastern Group. Then also we have this polyester and the fiber company. And also we have the hotel. So if you stay in Taipei or Tainan, you will stay in one of hotel, which is the Far Eastern company. And if you do a lot of shopping, we have the retail department store, Sogo, Mega City, all is belong to the Far Eastern company. Okay, so this is the campus view. And so to all the students here, if you have time, if you are willing, go through by this we call the TEP program, then you can come to Yanzi University for the internship. So finally, this is appreciation to our financial supporter. Then thank you for your attention. This is the bar, as I mentioned earlier. So finally, I think the question for the lovely student in the meeting room here, as I demonstrate the first slide, this is a circular design, circular everything. So we need to think circularly. So to fulfill up your circulation, because today later we talk about circular economy, and to have an innovation idea, to have a different scientific solution to fill up this sustainable circular process. So how about for your life cycle or for your study, can you fill up your circulation process? Okay. Thank you very much for your attention. So that I will end the lecture here.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Yuan, for the lecture. It is a very interesting lecture. Actually, our research is also focused on carbon capture utilizations for microalgae. So maybe we focus on this research because nowadays the issues of the green gases house in Indonesia also is very crucial, and our government also very concerned how to utilize also the carbon capture.
Yes, sure.
Maybe later on maybe we can collaborate with it, Professor.
Definitely, yes. Yeah.
Yes. So okay, now we will begin our question and answer session. So if you have a questions, you can ask directly to Professor John by raise your hand first, and also or you can type your question in the chat box. So is there any questions from the participants? So okay. Maybe due to it, I think many people are very interested in your research currently, Professor, regarding the PHA and PHB and also the microalgae. So come on, participants, if you have questions, please write
any kind of questions.
any questions you can ask to Professor Jones. Maybe I would like to ask regarding the PHA and PHB. Now, usually we use PHA and PHB at the. If you want to make a PHA or PHB, the cost, it's the main problem is the cost for making it, Professor. So, do you have any suggestions if you want to reduce the cost for making this PHA or PHB, and also maybe for if we want to extract the astaxanthin from the microalgae, the cost, the main problem for this step is the cost. So, how do you think about it?
Oh, okay. The extraction or the separation is always the main issue for the product production. Okay, for the PHB, I mean, if you consider from the cost, there are two different points. The first one is the materials, because we normally grow to produce PHB by using the fermentation, right? So you need to consider your raw material for the medium. But as far as I know that in Southeast Asia, like for example, in Indonesia, you have a lot of the palm oil produced.
Yes.
Okay, even during the palm oil production process, they will also have different kind of waste. So those waste can be used as a carbon feedstock for the PHB production. So this has been, I think, in Malaysia. I have been work with a team working on this to solve the waste from the palm oil production process. The target also is the PHB. And the second one is the recovery. So that's why we developed this EOPO, okay, recovery system. And if you consider that for the production or the recovery system, okay, I will talk about microalgae in the same time. So the microalgae, as Noah just mentioned about that, the extraction is very costly. Okay, but if you like, it cannot be avoided because eventually you need to spend that much to recover the astaxanthin. Then you need to consider like how to improve the efficiency and also to have more different product recovered by one step or even the less operation. Okay, that is a key. Otherwise, okay, for example, for the microalgae, normally, hold on a minute. Because normally for the microalgae, if you produce only biofuel, it's not feasible because it's not good. You need to produce protein, pigment, and also even to use the wholesale. Okay, in the end, that to think more, I mean, sustainable manner. Okay, that is more appropriate. So not to think in one approach. Okay, I know that the separation may be very cost, but if you can reduce the separation steps to integrate into one or two steps and then to gather more compound, that will also increase your profit as well, or overall yield. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for the answer.
And I think I saw a few questions online.
Yes, I think there are two questions in our chat box. First, from the Fira. So I would like to ask you, how about microalgae for superfood, especially protein? Can we explore it? Thank you.
Okay. Okay. To answer to the Fira the question, the different microalgae they will have different protein. Okay. So generally speaking, for the healthy food, as far as I know, in Taiwan or in Japan, we just grow the high protein or the rich protein content microalgae. Then we try to grow in the high cell density. Okay, then we don't harvest that because microalgae is the food approved for can eatable. So just after that, you just dry it, separate the cell, dry it, then make it as a healthy food or the daily supplement. So the body will digest those proteins. But from us, we are more interested in specific, the thing is, because the different microalgae, they will accumulate different protein under different conditions. But I think one thing you can think about to explore is, after you extract those protein, okay, from the microalgae, you can use the protease to cut the protein into the oligopeptide. This is the thing we are trying to build up and also to explore now. Is because those oligopeptide, they have the higher potential in the medical application to be used as an anti-cancer drug. Okay, because the peptide is smaller compound, and after you cut the protein into the small molecule, and you can find, or you can distinguish those functional peptide to find out which one is more highly potential in the anti-cancer result. So I will answer that we are not looking for any specific protein, especially because, but we will look for the very specific oligopeptide, especially for anti-cancer.
Okay.
And that's it. Yeah. And
then the second one is from Rafa. I would like to ask questions. How does the use of glycerol as a feedstock for PHB productions impact the overall sustainability of the PHB industry, including factors such as greenhouse gas emissions and water usage? Thank you, Prof. Okay, I think the thing is, okay, when the glycerol is, as I mentioned, this glycerol waste is generated from the biodiesel production. Yes.
Okay, so we use like as a feedstock in order to solve the waste problem.
Yeah.
So we didn't consider, okay, for example, for the greenhouse emission, because if you consider like for the PHB, if you look at the life cycle analysis from the literature, the PHB production from the sugar, okay, from, as I say, from the glucose, or the PHB produced from the glycerol, or PHB production from the plants. There are several plants can generate PHB. The overall CO2 emission is negative, which means because their comparison base is the petrochemical plastics. Okay, because the model to be compared is PHB and like a PP or polyethylene. Okay, those conventional plastics. So by comparing these two kinds of plastics, the CO2 emission is less. Okay, for this bioplastic, which is PHB. But recently, as I know that there are several approaches for the PHB production from the greenhouse, which is carbon dioxide. So by designing the metabolic pathway, also by using this Ralstonia eutropha or E. coli to enhance this so-called Rubisco gene expression, so they can capture the CO2, then convert into the acetyl-A, then to go through this PHA synthetic pathway. So especially in Japan, recently you can find more than 20 papers, okay, in these 2 years produced to publish, that's to produce PHB from the greenhouse carbon dioxide. Okay. So, and another as well as you mentioned about the water usage. Actually, I think in my lecture, I just demonstrate that even for the biofuel production industry or the beer brewing industry, all the waste, including the water, can be reused during your biofermentation. And a very typical example is we use those the wastewater as a basal medium, and plus with a crude gas from the biodiesel production, and also the residues itself as a nitrogen. Okay, and also we have some waste nitrogen source, the corn strip liquor from the fruit industry when they produce the fructose sugar or the sugar liquors. So everything is waste. Okay, so to be the medium to grow some cell and convert to some the value-added compounds. Okay, so if you calculate by overall the carbon dioxide emission will be net, even negative, okay, of this process. Right, and I hope I answer your questions for the Hero and also for the Rafa, right?
Rafa, yes, I think you have. I think it's a great answer from you, Professor John. So, I think the time is over now.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Thank you very much, Professor John.
Thank you. Thank you.
So before I close these sessions, I will maybe a little bit summarize what Professor John tell us. So maybe in a general conclusions, so a sustainable bioplatform for biochemicals productions from agro and industrial waste is a technology that utilize waste materials from agriculture and industry to produce the biochemicals such as biofuel, bioplastic, or maybe an aquafeeds. This approach offers sustainable solutions for disposing of waste materials while also providing a source of valuable biochemicals. So the bioplatform uses microorganisms to break down the waste materials and convert them into biochemicals. This process is called bioconversions, and it is a form of biotechnology that has been extensively studied and developed in recent years. So overall, the bioplatform provides a sustainable and environmentally friendly solution for waste management and also biochemical production. So once more time, thank you, Professor, for joining us today. And before we end these sessions, on behalf of this organizing committee, I would like to give you, Professor John, a certificate as a token appreciation from us for your great lecture today, Professor John. So this, okay, maybe
thank you.
Certificate, and maybe Professor, please, I would like to take a picture with you first.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. So maybe this is the end of our sessions, and thank you very much for the participants for your great questions and also for your great attention for these sessions. And now I will give it back to the Master of Ceremony.
Okay, bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. John Chi-Wei for giving such an informative and comprehensive presentation.
And thank you, Ms. Nova, for being our wonderful moderator in this session. Before we end this session, we would like to present Ms. Nova with a certificate of appreciation for doing a great job today.
Yes, and we would like to take a picture with Ms. Nova. And okay, on my count from 1, 2, 3.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nova. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short refreshment for 1 hour. Please return at 1 p.m. Western Indonesian time, and we will continue with our next part of our workshop.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will begin shortly. Thank you. Our session is about to begin. Please turn off your mics, turn on your camera, and change your name format. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we will now begin our next session, and our next agenda will be talking about utilization of biomass towards sustainable energy in Indonesia. And the session will be led by a moderator. Our moderator for this session is Dr. Lukito Hastape. Allow me to read his short bio. Dr. Lukito Hastape's last education is in Ph.D. of Biosphere Science in Hiroshima University. He affiliates as a researcher of the Agricultural Mechanization Management System Laboratory, Padjadjaran University. Researchers of the Center for Excellence in Functional Nanopowder, Padjadjaran University, and President of Association of Science Technopark Indonesia. From 2010 to 2015, he worked as associate engineer from 2013 to 2015 as the Director for Science and Technology Supporting Institutions, Ministry Research and Technology. And from 2015 to 2019, he was the Director of the Science Technology Park and other supporting institutes of the Ministry of Research, Technology, and Higher Education. To Dr. Lukito Hasta, the time and screen is yours.
It's okay. Thank you to the committee. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Professor Chay Asdak and all of guests who joined in this room. Thanks to the committee for the assignment this afternoon. Thank you also to all participants who have attended to the second virtual mobility program organized by Faculty of Agro-Industrial Technology, Padjadjaran University. Ladies and gentlemen, in the sixth session, a paper will be presented about utilization of biomass towards sustainable energy in Indonesia. Before I invite Professor Chay Asdak to explain his material, I will briefly read his curriculum vitae. Name: Chay Asdak, Professor of Watershed Management, Faculty of Agro-Industrial Technology, Universitas Padjadjaran University, Indonesia. He got Ph.D. in Forest or Catchment Hydrology, IERM, University of Edinburgh, Scotland, United Kingdom, achieved in 1997. MSc in Forest Hydrology, University of Minnesota, USA, achieved in 1987. BSc in Forest Economic from Gajah Mada University, achieved in 1981. He is also as executive chairman of National Watershed Forum from 2019. Nowadays, also member of International Hydrology Program from 1998 to until now. Is expert panel on national flood management strategy coordination work together with Biomass from 2021 up to now. Editorial board of Indonesian Journal of Forestry, Ministry of Environment and Forestry from 2015 to present. He was a guest lecturer at the University of Waterseed. He is also the author of 2 books published by Gajah Mada University Press and several other prestigious positions, both at home and abroad. It's time for me to invite Professor Chay Asdak to speak. We have time until 20 minutes to 2, and we can use the rest for question and answer. Please, Professor Chay Asdak, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lugito and everybody. Good afternoon. It is not the right time to present at this moment because after we have a lunch. But let me just try to wake you up all by as good as possible. I was given the topic in this mobility program. Mainly it's based on the biomass base for sustainable energy. And of course, my presentation today is not about the technicality about the how to use biomass for energy, especially electric energy, but to give more what we call general picture of the potentiality and policy of Indonesian government dealing with this important renewable energy, I guess. That's the first thing. And the second thing is to use the so-called watershed management as a platform to develop biomass-based energy in Indonesia. And of course, in this case, we will referring not only the policy of the mineral and energy department, but also the environmental and forestry department as a representation of the policy that dealing with this important topic. Let me begin with this what we call a potentiality of the biomass-based energy, which is mainly using the forestry-related biomass base, and we can see this, the distribution of the forest area in Indonesia, and the color, the yellow color, production forest, and whether this can be converted to other land uses, and also the production forest. In Indonesia, we do have a production forest, and the production forest that can be converted to other land uses. And this is the two potential for biomass-based energy, especially for the fast-growing species. And we are talking about almost what we call more than 35% of the whole forested land that we have here in Indonesia. But apart from that, apart from the biomass-based energy that belong to the state forests, we do also encourage the private land for this what we call biomass energy also. apart from the potentiality to develop or to use the production for agriculture, for food. So in this case, then we are dealing about the energy food nexus in using the land available here in Indonesia. This is also indicating the potentiality because the picture, the deforestation rate in Indonesia from 1990 to 2020 in million hectare per year, as we can see from this graph, is decreasing. That's a really good condition that we can use those two production forests. If we are talking about the forested, the state forest land, because the state forest land will be a great potentiality to develop this, especially for the what we call fast-growing species. Yeah. So we are beginning, we are starting looking at the potentiality of biomass-based production from the forests, from the state side. We can also see this transformation of functional relationship among different production activities. And there is a what I call sign, the red color there, indicating that two things. Number one is the potentiality of the biomass-based production for energy, whether this is coming from the forested land or from the private land. Yeah, we can use this in what we call, usually we call it here agroforestry. So the area that private land, non-state forest land, that the people can grow both agricultural and also trees in the same land. Yeah. So this is another potentiality for the biomass-based production for energy. At the same time, with this transformation of functional relationship for the production activities, we also stressing the importance of co-management of natural resources through multi-stakeholder engagement. So again, the multi-stakeholders is playing an important role in developing this renewable energy. Yeah, we thought that then we cannot what we call get the maximum production. So it's always in terms of the policy, we are dealing with the state land and also the private land. So we can make what we call optimize the available land for biomass-based production. Let me give the audience regulation on renewable energy here in Indonesia. There are some government regulation number, for example, government regulation number 79, 2014, yeah, on national energy policy. We can see then what is the policy is going to be. And then there is a presidential regulation number 22, 2017 on macro plan for national energy. I think that's indicating that the stress by the government is really big, yeah. And also Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resource Regulation number 41, 2018. That's specifically directed to the palm oil. If we are talking of biodiesel, this is the different kind of energy that generated by palm oil. We do have a lot of palm oil. I think it is the second and the first largest palm oil production on the world. Yeah. And then there is a what we call presidential regulation number 112 to 2022. This is for the acceleration. And the last one is the Ministry of Environment and Forestry Policy on biomass-based energy. Yeah. And we are talking about around 1.3 million hectares, involving 32 forestry business units. Again, this is indicating the seriousness of the government to push up the renewable energy, especially biomass-based one. And at the same time, also what we call getting the greening movement going. Because we do have what we call degraded lands, both state land and also private land. And we try to greening those two area, and at the same time utilizing the biomass piece as a greening movement to do the renewable energy. I think that's what we call the important point of achieving two things: greening, reducing the degraded area. At the same time, we are producing the energy through biomass-based production. There's another policy: developing energy economic pricing mechanism, improving the security of domestic energy supply, applying the principle of good governance. I guess this is very important if we are talking about the sustainable development goals. We are now what we call doing the four pillars. Number one is aspect of economic, environment, social, and the other one is the good governance. And then improving energy efficiency, conservation, and sustainability, and also diversifying energy. Yeah. Diversifying, and the policy is gradually towards the renewable energy, of course, with reducing the fuel-based energy. And of course, we need to do the what we call human resource capacity, because human resource capacity is important part in this new transformation of energy resources, especially in dealing with the technology to handle that transformation. This is the national policy on the energy security, particularly energy based on the renewable energy. And if in 2015, we can compare to the projection in 2050. In 2015, only 5% the energy generated from bioenergy, especially biomass-based production. But later on, 2050, the projection will be 31 to 39%. So it's a quite large, what we call improvement, the role of those renewable energy. And this renewable energy will be achieved by 2045. We call it this gold years for Indonesia. Yeah. To do that, then we have to have infrastructure development for that biomass-based energy. And also in the same time, we also concerned about the environmental impact. Yeah. So in this case, environmental impact is always part of the equation in developing this new biomass-based energy. That's another picture of biomass energy, and we can see from 2015 to 2020, even though it's not really large, yeah, but it's increasing. But later on in 2045, we increase this to be 35 to 39% of the whole energy that we consume here in Indonesia. And in this slide, we can also compare to the other energy sources. In this case, it's electric energy. In this case, in terms of the megawatt, the unit. Yeah, there is a hybrid, a combination. There is a solar, there is a wind, geothermal, and water. These are what we call the direction for securing to get the what we call energy security in Indonesia is moving from the fuel-based energy sources toward more renewable energy sources. Again, I was talking about the private and state-owned land. We can see here, if we are talking about the bioproduction system in harmony with the biodiversity. So biodiversity is also, because we are talking about the forest, then biodiversity is also part of the important what we call point to be highlighted. And in this what we call bioproduction system, we can see the other side, the what we call the red color square on the corner, and the above corner is the forested land. We call it hutan tanaman industri, industrial forest land, especially for the fast-growing species. So we are talking about the 5 years, and then we can harvest those what we call fast-growing species, such as Albazia, what we call Melaleuca species, and other fast-growing species. That's from the state-owned land, what we call site for producing biomass-based what we call energy. And the private land, one of the private land is the what we call home gardens. Pekarangan is home garden. That's community-based what we call let's say similar forest area. That's another potential, big potential for supporting this biomass-based production, especially using the fast-growing species. Yeah. And we are moving now on the concept of watershed management. How watershed management have to do with this what we call transformation of toward the biomass-based energy production. So we do have a government regulation number 37, 2012 on watershed management. And the principle and philosophy of this watershed management, according to the regulation number 37, 2012, is that we are developing joint planning and multi-stakeholder approach. And the direction is getting one watershed, one planning, and one management. Yeah. So involving of course, the government and non-government in a approach that most of us call pentahelic, a group of government and non-government that are dealing with this watershed management and working together with the principal planning the watershed together, yeah, involving state and non-government and non-government organization, especially the watershed forum. When it comes to the implementation, then the program go to sectoral local government, and When it comes to the monitoring and evaluation, then again, the government and non-government element will do the same. So philosophically, this what we call working together principle in the watershed management as regulated in the government regulation 37/2012 is really what we call it's really okay in every sense of the planning and management system. That's how the watershed management can play and can grow, basically can grow what you can provide biomass based production for energy. This another what we call problems that now we are dealing with. Yeah, if we can take FAO and UNEP data, around 73% of tropical deforestation is because of the agricultural or expansion, if it is not regulated. Yeah? Therefore, in this watershed management, to balance between agricultural for food and fast-growing species, trees for bioenergy, then we have to formulate economic incentives and disincentive, especially for those private land. Because if it is private land, it's totally different. It's up to the landowner to do whatever they want it. So if we want to to encourage private farmers to do more, growing more fast-growing species, trees, then we have to agree with them on what kind of incentive and also disincentive, especially the economic incentive to make them what we call grow more trees. We can say that. Yeah. So incentive and disincentive mechanism is really important in this what we call in this effort to grow more fast-growing species. This is another problem that we are dealing with in large parts of Indonesia, that there is a what we call land use change for food production. So if we see on the left side, from my side, it's the left side, we have a bamboo garden, we have bamboo, what we call home garden and rice field. It's now transforming to the monoculture agricultural field for food production. So again, policy is also important to consider how to balance, how to reconcile the needs of land for biomass production system, and in the same time, the lands for food production. So we call it energy food nexus is to reconcile this. If it is not, then we will what we call get in the situation that maybe we are shorted of the food, which is very important for the people, such as Indonesia, which is we have a lot of people. And at the same time, a lot of people need energy, electric energy. And because of our policies catering to renewable energy sources, then the biomass based energy production from forest and non-forest area is also important. So again, the policy between balancing those two what we call needs, it's really important in this case. The government tried to use the Volunet Sing 2030. This is part of the global climate change agenda. what we call it nationally determined contribution, NDC. So FOLU is a representation of the forest and other land uses. So forest and other land uses is non-forested area. The one that we are talking, that I am talking about in the early of this presentation. And this is, we can see that the Indonesian national determined contribution as part of the FOLU NetSync 2030 is using the landscape approach. So the landscape is basically is the same that we are talking about the watershed, yeah, because landscapes what we call the landscape is on the watershed, on the catchment area, yeah, and that's the site that can be used for biomass-based production system. And then we consider also the diversity of local wisdom. We acknowledge the importance of working together between the government, non-government community, especially the local community, and also the business sector. And of course, the academician. And one more is the, what we call one more pillar is the media. That's the call it the pentahelic approach. Yeah. So here again, the NDC approach is basically the aims is to make people livelihood is better, environmental problem reduced significantly, especially for the hydrometeorological what we call hazard, and at the same time is producing food and also energy.
Use me, sir.
Use that.
Use me, sir.
NDC approach. Through 3 programs: economic resilience, social and livelihood resilience, and ecosystem and landscape resilience. I think these 3 what we call key program on Indonesian nationally determined contribution as part of the global effort to do the what we call problem that the world is facing. It's basically indicating about economic, social, and also environment in this case.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Time 5 minutes stress.
Okay, 15 minutes more.
Because we have
how many minutes more?
5 minutes.
Oh, 5 minutes. Okay, let me just stick this for. Okay.
Yeah.
Another important thing for biomass-based production system is the natural infrastructure. So we call it nature-based solution. So to get the biomass-based production for energy, for security energy, then we use the natural infrastructure approach, nature-based solution. So again, nature. So we can see here, the upper part is the slide on the upper part is forested, state forest land, and the below one is the private land in terms of the agro-forestry. So a combination of agriculture and also forest trees. Yeah. So we are using this natural infrastructure. Again, we can see this is potential. We do have a lot of this monoculture. So we in state forest land, we have a natural forest. We have a natural forest and also a private forest. And this is an example of the state-owned forest. Potentiality, big potentiality for biomass-based energy. This again and a private land, and especially it's lands that has already been mining in the mining area. And if we prevent animal and also human to encroach this area with high rainfall, then this what you call vegetation, this nature will grow very easily. So this is another fast-growing species that initially planted on the ex-mining area, land mining area. So that's potential also. And this is agroforestry that we have already talking about, and people will also can get the livelihood here because they can harvest in different kind of what you call variety of vegetation there. Yeah, that's another potential for food and also energy, especially for the fast-growing species. And this is the guiding principle. So we are using the functional approach, landscape, in this case, introducing tree and other wood plant, natural regeneration and replanting, incentive, and then local, social, economic, ecological context, everything that we have there. It's another restoration intervention that we can create to support more on the combination of, especially for the fast-growing species, whether this is in agroforestry form or other, and a variety of benefit can be seen from this. Yeah. And watershed landscape governance that we are talking, there is a 6 principle that we can build back better. Yeah. These 6 what we call principle can be clustered into risk reduction, community recovery, and also implementation. Of course, is equipped with monitoring, good and proper monitoring and evaluation. And I just ran through this watershed forum for green infrastructure. As I already mentioned before, this is an example of the watershed forum that they dealing with the what you call growing fast-growing species trees. Yeah, they are doing the conservation auction payment for environmental services. So payment for environmental services is also part of this what you call energy mass production, conservation contract, and so on, and also obtaining intellectual property right for biomass conservation village. Yeah, this there is a variety of the what we call activities that promote those trees in a community-based kind of approach. And finally, closing remark is that this sustainable forest and environmental management work through landscape, forest landscape restoration, FLR. Number 2 is a conservation program on landscape should be integrated into development and spatial planning system to get a greater effect. How this conservation program on landscape can be practice implemented as wide as possible. Attractive economic incentive and disincentive for this landscape restoration investment is really important. We are using the dialogue approach, so we have to have agreement with community, local community, what sort of economic incentive that they want. So we can finally agree with them on balancing between what we call trees and agriculture. And supporting local initiative on landscape conservation, it should be part of the local government regulation to get the what we call strong commitment between parties. And local, regional, national policy on landscape conservation should support the existence of course, forests, because the forest is or other land use that function as a forest with the three components in it. Yeah, it's part of the biomass-based energy production system. And encourage biomass-based small-scale industries has already been practiced by the Ministry of Environment and what we call forestry. That there is a 32 small-scale industry that they are dealing with this biomass-based production for energy. I think that's all. Thank you all. Hatur nuhun. And I give it back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Chay Asdak, for the presentation that I've delivered. Just in the right time. This is, I think, is the best presentation. Now, we are come to the opinion, question, and answer session. There will be only one session for this or for one or two questions. Please your hand and or write in the chat column. Don't forget to mention your name and institution before giving question or opinion. We can read in the meeting chat one question for Prof. Chay Asdak. Okay, I try to read. Sorry. Professor, according to your opinion, what are the best, this is from in Parlina, I don't know, from maybe from Unpad or from another university. According to your opinion, what are the best categories or parameters that can be used to determine the most potential biomass in Indonesia to be converted to energy, and which biomass is that? Also, what kind of energy form that it would be the best to be converted? Is it bioethanol, biogas, biopellet, or other type of energy? It is a question from Iin Parina. So please, Professor Chay, to reply the question.
Okay. Yeah, in Parlina, yeah. Most proper biomass, well, it's depend. Usually, if you are talking a biomass-based production for energy, and they are usually using the what you call a component of the trees itself, branches, the one that they have carbon inside. And if you are talking about the trees, even though we are talking about the fast-growing species trees, they have different species. There is Albacea, yeah, Acacia, and then some many other that are considered as a fast-growing species. We are talking about fast-growing species is we are talking about the what you call the cycle below 10 years. Even in some area, because it's depend on the condition of soil, apart from the what you call tree species, they have already been can already been harvested only 4 or 5 years. So again, in this case, then we have to do some what you call literature and research finding on that kind of rate, and also the what you call the capacity, the density of this wood, yeah, to be optimally used as a biomass-based energy production. Usually they chop off this wood, whether the trunk or the branch or the other part of this trees, and then they make it as a pellet or what do you call it, briquette. Then this briquette can be used as a energy, whether this is energy, electric energy at the end or other form of energy. The important thing is not using the fossil fuel-based energy. That's number one. Question number two, I think the answer is, we are talking, I have already presented the policy of Indonesian renewable energy is diversity. So you are talking about the bioethanol, usually using one of those, or we call corn, and also biogas, whether biogas based on the animal husbandry waste or some other waste, yeah, and also bioenergy. So we are not, for me, it's not to what you call to pick or to give which one is the best, but the best in this case is the biodiversity itself. So in the policy can grow using bioethanol in area that's really suitable for that. For example, in the area that they grow corn, but you're facing with the with the what you call the competition, corn for food. So again, there is a policy that you need to what you call to really carefully what you call compartment this to achieve the food security and energy security in the same time. Yeah. And this is for bioethanol. But if you're talking the biogas, biogas is for energy, electric energy to cooking and then other. So that's why in the presentation I gave you what we call is desa energy mandiri, the self-reliance, self-sufficient energy. So in the village, one village, they grow what you call biogas, microhydro, yeah. Even though microhydro is not biomass-based energy production, but microhydro is what you call microhydro is part of the water, which is if you manage watershed we call properly, then the quantity and quality of the river will be maintained, and at the same time you can continuously produce electric from the microhydro. So again, in this case, the diversity of energy sources is more important, because the best is that we can have alternative energy. In this case, the alternative is the renewable energy one. I think that's my response.
Okay. Did you get the answer from Professor Chay Asdak, Miss in Parlina? Okay, no response. Okay, we have a 5-minute rest. Maybe Any question else?
Is there any participant from outside of Indonesia, perhaps? That who want to have more information on Indonesian case in terms of biomass?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am from India.
Okay. Okay, good.
Okay, Mr. Kaustafkos, do you have
Yes.
question for Professor Chay?
And no, sir, I don't have any questions right of now.
Okay,
If we have, I will post surely.
thank you. Okay, thank you.
And also the participant might have my presentation and just contact with the what you call the committee. Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
maybe.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kaustaf. Maybe one question is enough for us now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, finally we are come to the last agenda. I will read a brief of summary to the presentation. I try to make small notes. Once we have mine regulation, especially in Indonesia, related to renewable energy, namely government regulation number 79 2014 on national energy policy. Second, renewable energy increased by 30% in 2045. Third, conservation program on landscape should be integrated into development and spatial planning system. Fourth, watershed landscape governance, improve of spatial planning system by people livelihood and improve management and good legislation. The last, regarding to sustainable landscape, maybe could be recommended that we have to encourage biomass-based small-scale industries at village level. Okay, we would like to say thank you very much to Professor Chay Asdak as share knowledge, and thanks again for all audience for active participation. As a token of gratitude, the committee wishes to give appreciation in form certificate to Professor Chay. This certificate for Professor Chay Asdak for his excellent performance as invited speaker.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Hopefully, the presentation will give a benefit for us. Again, thank you for your attention for all participants and also for Professor Chay Asdak. See you in the next chance. My task is to return to the committee. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Chay Asdak, for giving such an informative and comprehensive presentation.
And also thank you, Dr. Lukito Hasta, for being our wonderful moderator in this session. Before we end this session, we would like to present Dr. Lukito Hasta with a certificate of appreciation for doing a great job today.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for the certificate.
Okay, and we would like to take a picture. So on my count, from 1, 2, 3.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lukito Hasta.
Okay, thank you.
For our next session, we will talk about green technology in biomass and biorefinery. This session will be led by a moderator. Our moderator for this session is Dr. M. Akhirul Nanda.
Allow me to read his short bio. Muhammad Airul Nanda is a lecturer in the Department of Agricultural and Biosystem Engineering, Faculty of Agro-Industrial Technology, Padjadjaran University. He completed Ph.D. degree at IPB University, Indonesia, with the field Agricultural Engineering. His research interests include non-destructive evaluation, precision agriculture, and acoustic signal. Until now, he has been trusted to be a reviewer from various international journals: Ecological Informatics, Shock and Vibration, Measurement, Management Science, Cleaner Waste System, Journal of Biological Diversity, etc.
So Dr. M. Akhirul Nanda, the time screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for these invitations. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Nanda as moderator. I'm a lecturer from Department of Agriculture and Biosystem Engineering, Universitas Padjadjaran. In this occasion, I will organize this discussion panel. So right now we have a great speaker from Andalas University. I want to make some greeting to Professor Nizar. Professor Nizar, can you hear me?
Yeah, clear, very clear.
How are you, Professor Nizar?
Good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will read the curriculum vitae from Professor Nofizar Nazir. Is a professor on agriculture product technology at the Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Andalas University. He worked a lot in agriculture product technology, design process, bioenergy, and product development and life cycle assessment, or LCA. The Professor Nofizar joined Ph.D. training on advanced environmental assessment of waste to energy technology. He has experience working with several universities in Malaysia, Philippines, Australia, etc. Since 2020, he is a head of board of director of Sawit Center, the global center of excellence in oil palm industry. About the scientific presentation, he already presents a lot of scientific presentation in many countries, I think in Thailand, Indonesia, during 2018 until last year. About the publication, he already published a lot of articles in various journals and reputable publisher, I think, from Wiley Interscience, in International Journal on Advanced Science, etc. It is a lot of source. Also, he already published the book chapter and book like production of biodiesel and non-toxic Jatoplastic kits. Of course, we have a great speaker, and he will bring the topic about the green technology in biomass and biorefinery. I think this is a crucial topic because it will lead to sustainable food, energy, and biomaterials. So without any further ado, I invite Prof. Nofizar Nazir to present his research. For Professor Nofizar Nazir, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Nanda. Good afternoon, everybody. I am in Semarang, no? My schedule should be in the first day, but I travel from KL to Jakarta at the same time. So the committee changed my schedule to the last day. Thank you very much for arrangement. Okay, my presentation this afternoon is a green technology in biorefinery. Yeah, I divide my presentation into 8 sections. The first one is introduction. And the second one is green technology. A bit, I will inform about what is green technology and the importance of green technology, strength and advantage of green technology. And yeah, I will also inform about biorefinery and the concept of green biorefinery. And the seventh is about life cycle assessment. Is a tool to develop green biorefinery and closing statement. Okay. We come to the introduction. I cited this introduction from Han 2013. One of the most important characteristics of this environment degradation is that it affects all mankind on a global scale without regard to any particular country, region, and race. This is most important characteristic. Like global warming now, it will affect the global people in the global scale. The world is a stakeholder, and this raises issue on who should do what to combat environmental degradation. The environment encompasses the world of life on Earth and the complex interaction that links the living world with the physical world. In general sense, this covers everything contained with the air, land, and water. Sudden and dramatic natural change to the environment have occurred and continue to occur, which have the potential to upset the whole balance of the Earth ecosystem. This is a significant environmental issue now, global issue. These issues are as follows. One, ozone layer depletion. This is a big issue now. And the second one is global warming, loss of biodiversity, climate change, exploitation of natural resources, land degradation, nuclear issue, hazardous waste, water pollution, acid rain, overpopulation, deforestation, desertification. We look at this issue one issue is related to another issue. Some of the significant remedies or solution are the green technology. It is why we need the green technology in biorefinery. Yeah, the objective of my presentation today is to build awareness of the importance of green technology in our life. Okay, this is the example how the green technology practice in grass biomass, grass, clover, lucerne, and make to silage, and after that pre-treatment and pressing. Pre-treatment and pressing we can get press cake and juice. Jadi this is solid part, and juice is liquid part. The press cake divide into two use. We can use at the fiber utilization and conversion to liquid biofuel. Yeah, the second generation biofuel. And the second part from treatment is juice. We can separation, make separation, amino acid separation, lactic acid separation, and lactic acid, especially we can get lactic acid, food grade. Amino acid separation, we can get the amino acid high grade, and the residue from lactic acid separation, we can digest anaerobically, and we can get fertilizer and biogas. This is the example of how the green technology practice in biorefinery of grass biomass. What is green technology? Green technology is technology that has the potential to significantly improve environmental performance relative to other technologies. Green technology is the development and application of product, equipment, and system used to conserve the natural environment and resources, which minimize and reduce the negative impact of human activities. Green technology is not a new technology. Instead, it is peak momentum with the introduction of sustainable development initiative, because it is an environmentally friendly technology, and hence now as environmental technology or green technology. Yeah.